We're back in session for the afternoon portion of the October 11th board meeting. Turn it over to Mr. Jackson as our hearing officer to get us started on this next case.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Adam Jackson. I'm Assistant Attorney General. I'm the hearing officer today in the matter of Tara Brewer, case number 2023-112, which should be heard for the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. Today is Wednesday, October 11th. With the respondent, Ms. Brewer, if you can identify yourself for the record.
My name is Tara Brewer.
Tara, I'm sorry.
That's
Tara.
okay.
Are you represented by counsel?
I'm representing myself.
Okay. Did you receive a copy of the order and notice of hearing to be here today?
Yes, I did.
And are you ready to proceed?
I am.
Counsel for the board could identify herself.
Ashley Vales, General Counsel for the Arkansas Board of Pharmacy.
Okay. For the benefit of anyone present today who may not appear in an administrative hearing, the board will base its decision solely on the evidence presented here today. This hearing is held under the Administrative Procedures Act, which means that the strict rules of evidence do not apply and the parties will be given latitude in introducing the evidence. To ensure the efficiency of the proceeding, I will grant objections or caution the parties only as necessary. If there's anything that you have in your possession that you want the board to consider, you must offer it into evidence here today. All participants in the hearing should be aware that the hearing is subject to the Freedom of Information Act, and as such, all parts of the hearing, including the deliberations of the board, are open to the public. If anyone who is necessary to the hearing needs to take a break during the hearing, let me know and we'll take a break. Who are going to be the witnesses here today?
I'm going to call Dr. Brenda McCready.
Ms. Brewer, I'm assuming you're going to be testifying on your own behalf.
Yes.
Okay, so let me, if you can raise your right hand, I'll swear both of you all in right now. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, let the record reflect both identified witnesses have been sworn in. Are there any preliminary matters that need to be addressed?
I have two motions. One, I move to introduce into evidence exhibits number 1 through 19.
And have those been provided to Ms. Brewer?
He has a copy of them in her hand.
Okay, Ms. Brewer, do you have any objections to the admission to this packet?
So number 5, it was my original statement, but I made another. I had to fill it out again, so I sent in another statement. I'm not seeing that one.
Okay. Let's just give counsel to the board just a second and see if there's another statement.
Okay, I see it. It's in number, it's in exhibit 13.
Okay. So is there any objections?
No, I think it's fine.
It
Yeah.
shall be admitted.
And my second motion is ask the board members to take judicial notice of applicable pharmacy laws and rules.
So noted. Or noticed. Counsel, like to give an opening statement.
I'll waive opening.
Spur, you can give an opening statement now, or if you want to wait, defer your opening statement to the start of your case, you can do that then. It's however you choose to do it.
You say at the end?
How the proceedings will work is there'll be, the board has the burden of proof, so they will go first and present their case. After they rest, then you'll be given the opportunity to present your case. So you could make your opening statement now before they present their case, or after the board has presented its case and before you start. It's purely your choice.
Okay, I'll do it secondly.
Okay. Counsel, you may proceed when ready.
I'll call Dr. Brenda McCready. Dr. McCready, have you reviewed the application and materials presented by Ms. Tara Brewer?
I have.
And board staff issued a denial of her application. Can
We
you
did.
Tell me why.
She had disqualifying information when we received her application, some criminal history.
And did she disclose that history in her application?
She did.
And what was the criminal history that was covered.
She had an aggravated assault charge on a family member. And then she had she also had an arrest for a violation of a protection order.
And that aggravated assault on a family member, is that classified as a D felony?
Yes, it was.
And that's in reference to Exhibit 8. Can you tell the board what that is?
Exhibit 8 is the sentencing order for the aggravated assault on a family or household member, where it indicates that she was convicted of a D felony.
And does that document also reflect that she received 3 years probation or 36 months probation?
Yes, it does.
And if you'll turn to Exhibit 6. Identify for the board what that document is.
That is a proof of her discharge from probation or parole.
And at the very bottom before the signatures, when does it indicate that she completed her probation?
5/30/2019.
Do you have anything else you would like to add on behalf of staff?
Just that because of the nature of the criminal conviction, staff was not able to approve the application.
That's all I have for Dr. McCready.
Spur, do you have any questions for this witness?
No.
Does the board have any questions for this witness? You know, everyone shake their head no. Counsel, do you have anything else?
No, we rest.
Ms. Brewer, now's your time to make your opening statement.
Well, at the time that all of this happened, I was a brand new mother. I had just lost my grandmother, so I was going through a lot. In this instance, I was trying to protect my 6-month-old premature daughter. The father of my child, that's who the family member is. He was acting irate. I didn't know what else to do but to put a stop to it. It was in my self-defense. So because his injuries were more visible than mine is the reason why I seemed like the aggressor. And that's how they perceived it. And that's how I ended up with the charges that I had. But it was really misguided. And that's all I have to say.
Okay. Counsel, do you have any questions for the witness?
I have a few questions. You went to court on this, correct?
Yes,
And did you argue self-defense when you went to court?
I did not because I was new. This was my first time ever getting in trouble. I didn't have a lawyer. I didn't have money for a lawyer. The prosecutor, the attorney that I had, the public defender, didn't even know my name. Didn't even ask me my name. I never got to speak my behalf. I kind of just went to court and they asked me, was my name Tara Brewer? I said yes. The attorney went to talk to somebody. He came back and he said 3 years probation. I was brand new. I didn't want to go to jail, so I just said, okay.
But you did enter a plea of guilty,
Yes,
knowing that you would get probation
yes.
for 3 years.
It was a possibility.
Okay. And then did you have any issues with completing your probation?
I did not.
Okay. Did you explain to the police officers when you were arrested that you were defending yourself?
Yes, and they told me that it was a SOL situation.
So you said his injuries were more visible. What kind of injuries did he have?
He had scratches on his face.
That you admit that you did the scratches on his face, you just were trying to defend yourself then?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's when they told me because his injuries is more visible than mine, then I'm the aggressor. And it was a SOL situation and that I should plead my case in court.
I don't have any other questions for this witness.
Members of the board have questions for this witness?
This one. When you were found to be in violation. That came as a result of a traffic stop.
Mhm.
Following your job was in the vehicle.
Yeah.
How did that come to light? How did they become aware that there was?
I guess it pops up on the system that when they run our name. They asked him, like, they ran my name first. They asked him what his name was, and then that's when they came back and said that you two are not supposed to be together. But I had two kids that was born within the same year, so they were a month. Well, I had a 6-month-old and I had a 18-month-old. So I was a brand new mother. He was my support at the time, so we had to kind of, work together. That was just an issue that happened. We kind of got past that, but with the courts being involved, they kind of spread it out longer than what it needed to be. And so we're trying to co-parent. I was working overnight as a housekeeper. And so I had to pick him up because he didn't have a car. I had to pick him up in order to take him to his mom's house so that he could watch our two kids. On our way to his mom's house is when I got pulled over. But we told the police that, it was nothing, I'm trying to go to work, but they was like, it's the law.
Original altercation occurred
2015, I want to say. I was convicted in 2016.
So why do you want to be a pharmacy technician?
Why do I want to be a pharmacy tech? I want to be a pharmacy tech because I want to start a career. I'm finna be 30 next month. Because of this situation, it kind of put me behind as far as, a career path. Pharmacy tech, that's something that I don't have to worry about going away in the near future. Because a lot of things is starting to deteriorate, a lot of things are starting to go away now. But it's always gonna be a need for pharmacy, always gonna be a need for medicine. So that's like a secure career path that I want to get into.
Do you already have a job?
I do already have a job. I work at the Delta West Hotel. I currently work overnight as a night auditor.
Okay, but you don't have any jobs a job in the pharmacy world?
No job in the pharmacy world, no.
Other questions?
No? Okay. Anything else you'd like to add?
I'm thankful for this opportunity. This is like the first time I'm able to explain my side since it happened. So I just want to thank you guys for that.
Do you rest your case at this
I
time?
do.
Okay. Closing argument, counsel? Okay. Would you like to make a closing argument?
Since the incident, every job that I have had has been working closely with people. I never had a problem, never got fired for, misconduct or, acting out of character, working in hotels. You deal with all types of people. And so I have had situations where I remained calm, I wasn't my background. And so I just want you guys to know that.
Okay. At this time, we'll go off the record for the board's recess for deliberation and decisions regarding finding of fact, conclusions of law. Once the board reaches a decision, we'll go back on the record.
Okay, so we're off the record.
Yeah, I have a question for staff. Well, first, a simple one. Did this matter come up on an informal hearing before? Have we heard this before?
No.
The second question is, given this just a general parameter of board authority, assuming we have a matter in which it's undisputed that a violation of an applicable criminal statute of conviction has occurred, what flexibility does the board have in that instance with regard to action? Does the law mandate that
Are you referring to like a staff decision or a board decision?
for a board decision?
Well, Ms. Brewer has requested a waiver. And you can look at the circumstances surrounding that incident, the years that have passed since the incident, any rehabilitation, and decide whether or not to grant that waiver.
So even if there's an acknowledged statutory violation of an applicable statute, the board has the power to waive the disqualification.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Any other comment or discussion? What is the will of the board? Okay, so we're ready to go back on the record. Okay.
Okay, we are back on the record in this matter.
We have a motion.
I'll make a motion that in the matter of Tara Brewer, case 2023-112. The allegations are proven. And well. Yeah, the allegations are true. Yeah, in spite of the charges being proven, my recommendation is to allow her tech license.
Okay, so we have a motion
I'll
to
second.
grant the waiver. We have a second. Any additional discussion?
Say A 1 through 5 are proven.
So typically we're able to say they're all proven. It's just that we are going to give it in spite of that. We don't really have anything to, I don't know, prove or disprove it, but we could say A 1 through 5 is definitely true and then charges proven, but I would grant the license from.
Okay. So we have a motion. We have a second. Any additional discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Council, if you can reduce it, let the record reflect the decision's unanimous. Council, if you can reduce the decision to writing, just for the benefit of the record. Congratulations.
Thank you. I don't know. I think that's okay. What is? Green. Hi. Need to introduce the. So you've given us.
Krista Decker. Yes. Ashley Vales, attorney for the Arkansas Board of Pharmacy.
Let me turn the microphone on. I know y'all have heard me already read this half a dozen times today, but I kind of have to do it at the start of each hearing, so I apologize. For the benefit of anyone present today who may not have appeared in an administrative hearing, the board will base its decision solely on the evidence presented here. It's held under the Administrative Procedures Act, which means that the strict rules of evidence do not apply and the parties will be given latitude in introducing the evidence. To ensure the efficiency of the proceeding, I will grant objections or caution parties only as necessary. If there's anything you have in your possession that you want the board to consider, you must offer into evidence here today. All participants of the hearing should be aware that these proceedings are subject to the Freedom of Information Act, and as such, all parts of the hearing, including the deliberations of the board, are open to the public. If anyone needs to take a break during these proceedings, please let me know and we will take a break. Who are going to be the witnesses here today? Okay. Ms. Decker, I'm assuming you're going to testify on your own behalf?
Yes.
Okay. If both of y'all can raise your hands. And do you have any other witnesses here today? Okay. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Let the record reflect that both identified witnesses have been sworn in at this time. Counsel, are there any preliminary matters need to be addressed? Okay. The respondents respondents one. Okay, so we have what's before the board is petitioners or the boards 1 through 15 and respondents 1. Any objections to all that being admitted, Ms. Decker? Okay. No, she's shaking her head, so I'm going to take that as no objections. Okay. Verbal answers work best because as you see, the court reporter here is taking down everything. She's got the mask on, so she's speaking into that. And so try to keep all, and I know I'm just as guilty of this, but try to keep all answers verbal instead of, and I know I'll make the mistake of making gestures, but we try to do that for her benefit more than anyone else. Both the exhibit packet for the board and respondents exhibit packet are admitted.
I also asked the board members to take note from applicable pharmacy laws.
So noticed. Counsel, you may proceed with an opening statement when ready. Okay. Ms. Decker, you have the opportunity to give an opening statement now, or if you prefer to wait to the start of your case, you can give the opening statement then. Procedurally, how this works is the board has the burden of proof. So Ms. Vales will put on her evidence first. And then once she rests her case, then you'll be given an opportunity to present your evidence or your own testimony. So you can wait and give an opening statement then, or you can give one now. It doesn't matter.
I'll wait.
Okay. Counsel, you may proceed when ready.
Have you reviewed the
I have.
And during the application process, was the board staff provided information that Ms. Decker had a disqualifying criminal history?
She has a theft of property from February 9th of 2022, which and a fraudulent use of credit card. And then she has an additional arrest on April 29th of 2021. She was arrested on possession of drug paraphernalia.
And did Ms. Decker disclose these arrests in her application?
She did not disclose the arrest. However, she did say she had had a record expunged.
And have you reviewed her statement?
I have.
In her statement, does she explain how she came to steal another person's wallet?
Yes, she does. She said she was shopping at Kroger in 2021. She found a cart that had a wallet in it. She took the wallet and she used the credit cards to purchase clothes online from Victoria's Secret Dillard's, and Dick's Sporting Goods. And then she was arrested several months later.
All right, and then, the records reflect that she entered a plea to that theft charge.
They do.
And what was her sentence?
She entered a negotiated plea to reduce charge of theft of property, which is an A-level misdemeanor. She was ordered to complete 12 months of probation and fined $250 in court costs.
And then shortly after that case was resolved, she was arrested again. Is that correct?
Yes, she was.
And what was that charge?
She was arrested for contempt of court. The police officer searched her car and found a marijuana pipe. She was ordered to pay a civil penalty of $500. The case was passed for 6 months. On July 7th, 2022, the matter was dismissed.
And is it board staff's position that due to this criminal history, we cannot approve her application?
That is correct.
Anything else you want to add with regard to Ms. Decker?
No, ma'am.
Ask the witness.
Ms. Decker, do you have any questions for this witness?
No.
Does the board have any questions for this witness?
One, what was the second arrest, the contempt of court, but what does that mean?
It was a possession of drug paraphernalia.
She had a warrant for her arrest
Oh.
for contempt of court for not complying with a court order, probably related to the theft charge. So when she was pulled over, that arrest, that warrant for her arrest was brought up, and they searched her car
And then,
because she was going to be arrested and found that marijuana pipe.
Was this, just to make sure I have the dates correct, was this early 2021 or 2022?
The arrest was, one was in 2020. On February 9th, she was arrested for the theft of February 9th, 2020. She was arrested for the theft of property and the fraudulent use of credit cards. And then on April 29th, 2021, she was arrested for possession of drug paraphernalia.
Okay.
And that was, she was pulled over at that time for the contempt of court, and they found the marijuana pipe.
Okay, so about a year apart.
And she finished her probation in 2022.
This may be a question better. Document shows that it was a brother. He had knowledge of that. Beyond that,
Well, I mean, I don't know that, she's responsible for what's in the vehicle that she's driving. You should tell my clients, weed pipes don't have tags on this, as this weed pipe belongs to Ashley or anybody. So I think legally she's responsible for what's in her car. But Miss Decker would probably be better one to answer that. As far as who it actually was, the owner.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, seeing that there are no further questions, council, do you have anything else?
No, we rest.
Ms. Decker, would you like to either give an opening statement or just go ahead and testify on your own behalf, whichever?
Well, I did want to say that the contempt of court was something that was kind of a mistake. It was like, I had a probation officer that I was given when I was first arrested. And I had to call her every week, and something happened with the phone that I was using. I didn't have it for about 2 weeks, and I didn't have I didn't know her name. I didn't have her number. I couldn't get a hold of her. And when I called her back, she had said, I was like, my phone broke and I'm sorry, I haven't been able to get in contact with you. And she said that, it was okay. She would let it slide this time, and she did issue a warrant, but she would recall it. And I ended up getting arrested for that warrant twice. One of them being that time. And another time when I went to Sherwood to pay for a ticket that I missed court for, and they had a warrant out for my arrest for that. And that's what I thought might have been that. I couldn't tell what the actual contempt of court was when they told me that came up. I didn't realize that I had that on there at all, because it was supposed to have been recalled and I went to the jail twice, but never actually went in because they figured it out before I had to actually go into the jail. So it was during COVID, I guess, and stuff just wasn't sorted out the correct way. And so I mean, I shouldn't have really ever been arrested at all. Like they should have never searched my car to begin with. They said it was written in the somewhere, but it just wasn't, the action wasn't taken to recall the warrant for that, so. And then, yeah, that's what I was gonna say about that. Obviously, I'm not going to deny that I did have mistakes. I did make mistakes. I did take that wallet and do that. It was very stupid. It's followed me for years and I'm trying my best to put it behind me and move forward. I'm hoping that if I can get this, my tech license, then I can move forward to hopefully get my nursing license. That's my ultimate goal, is to be able to do that, but. Yeah.
Any questions, council?
You got pulled over and there was that warrant and they searched your car and they found that marijuana pipe. Whose pipe was that?
It was my brother's.
Did you know that was in the car?
Well, I did know it was in there, but not like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna get arrested because there's a weed pipe in there. I kind of forgotten about it. He just left it in there several weeks before that. It wasn't like I was trying to hide it or anything. It was a bit of
Just forgot it was in there.
yeah.
And that was your vehicle?
And I was working and that happened. I was delivering for Pizza Hut when that happened. I was on a delivery.
When you were pulled over? Right. And I don't have any other questions, but you do have this letter. Do you want to explain to the board?
Yeah, this is a pharmacist that I work with. Name is Mr. Tommy. He works pretty close with me. He brings out the medications to be delivered. I'm a driver at the Omnicare Pharmacy. So he brings out the medications and we have some conversation from time to time. And he offered to write this for me in the hope that it would help me out.
All the questions I have.
Okay. Anything from the board?
Yes. You're currently working at the pharmacy?
Yes, I'm
How long
just
have you been there?
about 4 months.
And are you liking it?
Yeah, I really do like it. I've never worked at a pharmacy before. I'm just a driver, so there's, a limit to what I can do, but I do like it and I hope to be able to advance. That's why I'm trying to do this, because that's like the next step up from driver is pharmacy tech. I am obviously very sorry for what I did. I did a lot to try to get it behind me. And I did the expungement. I did have to pay all of the money that I took back completely. And plus some other some other stuff for probation and things like that. And I've had to feel like it's been a long time coming that I've had that taken care of. So I'm hoping that we can.
Mr. Simpson?
Am I correct in assuming the reason you answered no to the question about being arrested or convicted was because that had been sealed?
Yeah, I didn't expect for the drug paraphernalia and the contempt of court to come up because it's never really came up. They had said in court for both of those things. Well, I didn't even know about the contempt of court. I didn't know it would show up on there, but for the marijuana charge, or the pipe charge, they had told me that if I just pay the fine and don't get in trouble for 6 months, it'll be off my record. So I didn't expect for it to come
Well,
up.
but there's no dispute that the credit card charge was a conviction, right?
Yes,
But yet you answered no that you'd not had a conviction. How do you explain that?
Well, I had been told by the medical, or not medical, the records office that since I had it expunged, I didn't have to disclose. And I was also told that by my lawyer.
Okay, now, you're applying to be a pharmacy tech, right? And you're serious about that, right? And you took the application to be a pharmacy tech seriously, right?
Yes.
Did you read it? Did you read the part of the application that specifically said that that it didn't matter whether a conviction had been expunged or not?
Yeah, that's what she told me at the desk, and that's why I had, I asked her if I did have to put that on there because I had been told that I didn't have to disclose it, and she said yes. So that's why I checked yes to that, but
Did have to disclose it or did not have to disclose it?
she told me I did have to disclose it.
Did,
Yes.
but you didn't disclose it.
She did disclose it, Mr.
Well,
Simpson.
I'm talking about, okay. Mhm. My concern is that being a pharmacy tech involves a lot of technical things to make sure that things are right. Like you're looking at a prescription for X drug. You want to make sure you're dealing with X drug and not Y drug. The application that you submitted clearly states that expunged records count. Did you not see that?
Yeah, I did see it. I had checked that before I had checked it, and then I read the next question, and I thought I need to ask about this. I'm not really understanding. So that's when I asked, but I've had several different applications like for jobs and stuff, and I've always came across that question. And I've always consulted somebody to ask them, like, do I need to put this? And I had just been told I didn't, so that's why I did it for that. I wasn't trying to lie about it. I just thought that I didn't have to because it was expunged.
My concern is not you lying about it. My concern is that you're
Not
not
paying
reading and
attention.
understanding what the application forms clearly states. Thank you.
When's the last time you used marijuana?
It's been probably 2 years. It's been probably 2 years.
Okay, you have a medical marijuana card? How often have you used marijuana when you were using it?
I would say it was more like a social thing. Personally, my opinion of it is that it gives me major anxiety. I get very scared. It just does not give me a good feeling. It was more of a thing that, it's social smoking, social drinking, but since 2 years, I've completely rejected it because to me, it's just not worth what it does to me, and I'm not interested in that.
So 2 years, is that an estimation or how could you narrow it down? Like the last time I used was 4th of July weekend, can you pinpoint that?
I honestly can't even remember the last time. It's been a long time. I've definitely been in situations where the opportunity was offered, but I declined. It's not something I'm interested in.
Any other questions from the board? Council, do you have anything else? Like that? Anything else, Ms. Decker?
I said what I wanted to say.
Okay. At this time, the board will go, closing arguments.
I'll waive that.
Okay, do you have a closing argument? Okay, this time the board will go off the record for deliberations.
False. Comments? Okay. Back on the record.
Sure. I'm talking there.
Mr. Jackson, we're ready to go back on the record.
Okay, we are back on the record.
Okay, I'd like to entertain a motion regarding this applicant.
In the matter of Krista Decker, applicant, case number 2023-115, that we find allegations A1 through A9 is true. I guess I can override C1 because we're going to grant her a license. And I just move that we grant her a license to be a pharmacy technician in the state of Arkansas.
Thank you, Dr. Newsom. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay. We have 4 yeses and 2 nos. Motion passes.
Let the record reflect by a vote of 4-2, the motion has passed. Council, if you can reduce it to writing for the purpose of the record and serve upon all parties.
Hey, you go out and you do well, okay?
It's nice to meet all of you.
Take a minute, you don't want to break. Yeah, let's take a couple minutes. Mr. Simpson, what she pled to under the First Offenders Act specifically says that they can state on job applications that they've never been convicted or arrested. The act itself specifically states that. I've had to do a lot with that act.
Procedure, that's, we need to do.
Yep.
That's the part that really. Understanding everything else.
So any attorneys think
No, she's 100%. Her attorney gave her correct advice.
Hey, break for like 5 minutes.
several times throughout this. They'll have to remind me to turn mine on. Yeah, as long as that green light's on, then your end is being recorded for, and I'm using this gesture for the video that's being recorded of this.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Oh, there it is. Okay. Proceed when ready. I need to be asking you if we're ready.
I'm ready.
Ready?
You're ready to go back on.
We're ready to go back into the session.
All right. All right, my name is Adam Jackson. I'm Assistant Attorney General. I'm the hearing officer today in the matter of Cordelia Harris. Did I say your name correctly?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Case number 2023-11. Ms. Harris, if you could identify yourself for the record.
Cordelia Carlene Harris.
And did you receive the order and notice of hearing to be here today?
Yes,
And you're ready to proceed?
yes.
Counsel, can you identify yourself for the benefit of the record?
I'm Ashley Bales, General Counsel for the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy.
For the benefit of anyone present today who may not have appeared in an administrative hearing, the board will base its decision solely on the evidence presented here today. This hearing is held under the Administrative Procedures Act, which means that the strict rules of evidence do not apply and the parties will be given latitude in introducing evidence. This is to promote a fair hearing and provide the board with adequate information to make a decision. To ensure the efficiency of the proceeding, I will grant objections or caution the parties only as necessary. If there's anything that you have in your possession that you want the board to consider, you must offer evidence here today. All participants of the hearing should be aware that these proceedings are subject to the Freedom of Information Act. And as such, all parts of the hearing, including the deliberations of the board, are open to the public. It is important that all persons necessary to the hearing are in the room during the hearing. If anyone needs to take a break or leave the room, please ask me and we can take a break. Who are going to be the witnesses here today?
I'm going to call Dr. Brenda McCready.
Okay. And I'm assuming you're going to testify on your own behalf.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any witnesses in addition to yourself?
No.
Okay. If both of you can raise your right hand, I'll get you sworn in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any preliminary matters need to be addressed, counsel?
Yes, I'd move to admit into evidence exhibit number 1 through 14 in this matter.
Okay, 1 through 14. Okay. Ms. Harris, have you seen this packet?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any objections?
No.
Okay. Shall be admitted.
Yes.
And in addition, I ask that the board take notice of applicable pharmacy rules and applicable pharmacy law in this matter.
Okay, so noticed. Any other preliminary matters? Ms. Harris, do you have anything you'd like to, any documentary evidence you'd like to offer today? We can go ahead and admit it at this time if you've got anything.
No, I just want to speak.
Okay, procedurally, what we'll do next is, because the board has the board's counsel has the burden of proof here.
Mhm.
So she will present her case. She may or may not give an opening statement. I don't know. You can elect to give an opening statement. Or you can defer to the start of your case. Procedurally, because the board has the burden of proof, she will go first. Once she rests her case, then you'll be given an opportunity to give an opening statement or just go on into presenting your case. After you've presented your case and rested your case, then there'll be closing arguments and the board will deliberate.
Okay.
Okay. Counsel, opening statement.
I'm going to wait opening.
Do you want to give an opening now or delay it to the start of your case?
You can go ahead. We could proceed.
Okay.
I'll call Dr. Brenda McCready.
Ms. McCready?
Dr. McCready, have you reviewed the application and materials presented with regard to applicant Cordelia Harris?
I have.
And during the application process, was the board staff provided information that Ms. Harris had a disqualifying criminal history?
We were.
And did Ms. Harris, what did Ms. Harris disclose regarding that history on her application?
She did not disclose her prior arrests. She answered no to the application question, had she been cited or charged, arrested, or convicted. She also answered no to the question on the application that asked, have you ever had a record expunged or sealed?
And can you tell me what criminal history caused staff to deny her application?
On or about May tenth of 2000, she was charged with theft of property, which was a misdemeanor. She pled guilty or was found guilty and sentenced to 1 year probation and $300 fines and court costs. She did comply with her terms of probation. On July 25th, 2009, she was arrested for criminal mischief in the first degree, aggravated assault and battery in the second degree, and they were felony arrests.
And believe under tab 10, exhibit 10, we have a police report. Does the police report indicate that Ms. Harris used a bat to do damage to a car?
It does.
And that incident was observed on video surveillance as well?
That's correct.
And she was found guilty of that charge, which was criminal mischief,
That's correct.
and received probation for that.
Correct.
As the board staff's position that Ms. Harris has misrepresented her criminal history by not answering those questions correctly on her application.
It is.
And does her criminal history render her, in board staff's opinion, unfit to obtain a pharmacy technician registration?
It does.
Anything else you'd like to add with regard to Ms. Harris?
No, ma'am.
I'll have for Dr. McCray.
Do you have any questions of this witness?
No.
No, okay. Does the board have any questions for this witness? Seeing head shakes, no. Counsel, anything else for this witness?
No. And we'll rest.
Okay, Ms. Harris, here's your opportunity to testify on your own behalf or say whatever you need to say on this.
The charge in dealers. Yes, I mean, I did. I'm guilty of that. I had just lost my grandmother and she was the one taking care of me, and I didn't go to jail for that. That's why when they told me the charge was against me, I was not aware of, that we would be on my record. She told me that if I gave the outfit back, that I couldn't come to dealers, which was fine. I gave the outfit back when I did the application for here. She said that it was on my background, and I wasn't really aware of that. Like I said, I'm guilty of what I did. I'm not gonna lie, I am. And in the situation with the incident with the bat, the girl ran over my son with her car. We had an altercation. I went to pay for gas. I come out, she hit my son. Me and her got to fighting. And yes, I'm guilty of that. But like I was 18 when that first charge in the dealer situation, and I think I was about 25 with the situation with my son. My son is 24 now. I haven't been in no trouble. I'm not that person anymore. That's why I'm trying to really push it forward of wanting to get my license to be a licensed technician. I work in the hospital. I'm around drugs and money and all day long. I'm not that person. And I just want to let the board know that that person, when I was younger, does not define who I am today.
Counsel, do you have any questions for this witness?
I do not.
The board have any questions for this witness? Seeing head shakes, no. Okay.
So where are you currently employed?
I work at Carti now. I was at the Heart Hospital. I left there. I was there 13 years. I left there July the 2nd. Now I'm at Carti on John Barrow, and I've been there since July the 24th.
Wait, so what did you do at Heart Hospital?
I was over in the surgery department. I was a housekeeper over there.
Okay, what are you doing at Carti?
I'm over doing the same thing, but I'm in a different field. Like I'm cleaning the vaults in the machines where the people come in daily to get their treatment.
Okay. And why do you want to switch over to pharmacy?
I want to do that on the weekends, like part-time.
Okay.
Because I have a full-time job. I just want to do it part-time. Because I worked in a pharmacy at the doctor's building back in 2005. I was a pharmacy cashier in 2005. And I worked there I left there in 05, from 98 to 2005.
And you were cashier in the pharmacy?
For Jeremy McDonald.
Yeah, I know Jerry.
Mhm.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing as there are no other questions, do you have anything else you'd like to add? Okay. Do you rest your case at this time? Okay. Closing argument?
I have no closing.
Do you have a closing argument you'd like to make?
No.
Okay. At this time, we'll go off the record for the board's recess for deliberation and decision.
Any discussion? Back on the record.
Okay, we are back on the record.
So, regarding Ms. Harris, do we have a motion someone would like to make regarding her application?
Let me go ahead.
Yes, sir,
Okay.
please.
In the matter of Cordelia Harris, pharmacy technician applicant, case number 2023-111, allegations 1 through 8 being true. Despite that fact, we make the recommendation that Ms. Harris be issued a pharmacy technician license.
We have a motion by Dr. Richmond. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Dr. Mack. Any additional discussion? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Let the record reflect the decision is unanimous. Council, if you can reduce the decision to writing for the purpose of the record and serve it on Ms. Harris.
I will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Good luck. Yeah, it's fine. I just migrate from here to there.
Yeah. Sharp and well. Is that policy still?
More than happy to give you a copy of the script. Take down everything. It's monotonous. I know.
I know.
Rights and perceptions.
Julian, yeah.
Any drugs long ago.
Yeah, I remember when it was petty.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Let's see. Decker's out, we've done Brewer, we just did Harris. But I think since they put towers back in front of me, they're sours.
Yeah, I'll take it, Dr. Patrick.
They were set it for 30 minutes.
These masks.
I mean, it was supposed to be the 2 to 2:30, so,
Yeah, this one's awesome.
yeah, it's off completely. Do y'all know what actually?
Yeah, yeah, because there's no telling what the inside. Still around, though, oh, the house warming party for those old.
Yeah.
Good. But I think the worst.
Barry, you ready to proceed?
Ready?
All right. Madam Porter, you ready to proceed? All right. Council, everybody ready? Yes. Okay, thank you. So Patrick, you've known me for years. You don't have to call me your honor. It's habit, I know.
I'll probably be doing the same.
Just
It is
call
what
me,
it is.
call me Adam. You and I have known each other for what, 10 years now?
We have.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Adam Jackson. I'm Assistant Attorney General. I'm the hearing officer today in the matter of Tyler Towers. Get the case number back up here. Case number 2023-090, which is to be heard before the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. Today is Wednesday, October 11th, 2023. With the respondent, Mr. Towers, if you can identify yourself for the record. Okay. And counsel, if you can identify yourself for the record.
Yes, my name is Patrick Benko.
And you received the order notice of hearing,
We have,
and you're ready to proceed.
yes.
Counsel, if you can identify yourself for the record.
Ashley Bales, General Counsel for the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy.
Okay, for the benefit of anyone present today who may not have appeared in administrative hearing, the board will base its decision solely on the evidence presented here today. This hearing is held under the Administrative Procedures Act, which means that the strict rules of evidence do not apply and the parties will be given latitude in introducing evidence. This is to promote a fair hearing and provide the board with adequate information to make a decision. To ensure the efficiency of the proceeding, I will grant objections or caution parties only as necessary. If there's anything you have in your possession that you want the board to consider, you must offer it in evidence here today. Excuse me. All participants to the hearing should be aware that these proceedings are subject to the Freedom of Information Act, and as such, all parts of the hearing, including the deliberations of the board, are open to the public. If it is important that all persons necessary to the hearing are in the room during the hearing. If a party, attorney, or board member needs to take a break or leave the room, please advise me and we'll take a break. Who are going to be our witnesses here today?
Dr. John Craig.
Patrick, who are going to be your
I'm
witnesses?
gonna have a counselor, Priscilla Faulkner, who's gonna testify, and his mother, maybe.
Okay,
Sitting next to him.
okay. What's your?
Christy Rosito.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, I understand. Yeah. Mom's
Yeah.
gonna.
Yeah, well, once I've got everybody sworn in, I'm just going to say the generic, all four witnesses are not sworn at this point, but I didn't want to have to identify everybody. If y'all can all raise your hands, we'll swear you all in at one time. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, let the record reflect that all four identified witnesses have been sworn in at this time. Counsel, there are preliminary matters need to be addressed.
I do. I move to admit into evidence exhibits number 1 through 24. I have additional exhibit that's not in the packet. I'm marking it as exhibit 25. I've given it to Mr. Binka. And if there's a minute, I've got a copy.
Any objections, Mr. Binka?
No, no.
I'm
Mr.
assuming
Jackson.
you've seen these ahead of time.
Yes, I have. She actually emailed them to me about a week ago and I've reviewed them all.
Okay.
And I had no objection to their admission.
Okay, they shall be 1 through 24 and 25 that's now been added will be admitted. Any other preliminary matters, counsel?
Yes, I'd also ask board members to take judicial notice of all applicable pharmacy laws and rules that are applicable in this case.
So noted or so noticed. Counsel, do you have anything you'd like to add?
No, I mean, no, Mr. Jackson, sorry. No,
Sorry, you're fine. Opening statement.
Yes, board staff made contact with Dr. Towers after learning of an arrest. In that phone call, Dr. Kirtley talked to Dr. Towers and there was admission of an alcohol problem. And we had advised Dr. Towers to seek out help through the regular course that the board usually takes with one of our approved facilities. And to determine whether or not he was fit to return to practice. Initially, Dr. Towers didn't go through with that. And we had this scheduled for a full hearing after the emergency hearing, or we had it scheduled for an emergency hearing and the board suspended his license. Dr. Towers came back to the board and asked, what could he do? He did eventually get an assessment by an approved facility with the board, and I'll let Dr. Kirtley go into that in his testimony. And since then, not had any further action. I think Dr. Towers will tell you that he has been seeking some sort of treatment, and he's got his counselor here to testify to that. But we were concerned with Dr. Towers' use of alcohol and I believe marijuana as well, that we thought he was unfit to practice. And we have not had any evidence to change our minds about that. In fact, the evaluation shows that he's not fit to practice. And I will let Dr. Kirtley sort of testify and elaborate on that. But basically, that is why we brought Mr. Towers in. Under those conditions, we felt he wasn't safe to practice.
Mr. Binkin, do you want to give your opening statement now or
Yes,
defer to the start? Okay.
I would like to.
Okay.
Just briefly, yes, it is what it is. Mr. Tyler Towers was arrested on July 7th. Dr. Ed Kirkley did reach out to him upon learning about the arrest. And Mr. Townsend was very candid. Mr. Towers was very candid with Mr. Kirkley with regard to his alcohol use. I want the board to know though, that at no point did Mr. Towers use alcohol while on the job. There are no complaints about his job abilities, and that any alcohol use was done after hours after he was home. So there'll be no issues with regard to his abilities as a pharmacist during the day. I understand Dr. Kirtley's concern and the board's concern with regard to using this amount and being involved with law enforcement. However, I want the board to know that this man had a child that was in the NICU for 165 days, 4 days before this incident. He was taking care of not only this young child in the NICU, but he was also going to job full time. It was stressful to him, and there were incidents. But on July 7th, he has no longer used alcohol. He's been 96 days free of alcohol. He took it upon himself to do that. He took it upon himself to go to see a therapist, and did so prior to Dr. Kirkley making these recommendations. And I think that was where the pause was with regard to whether he should participate in the counseling that he was receiving at that time, or to participate in counseling that was recommended by the board. The problem with the board's recommendation was he had to come up with $3,000. And that was for any of the facilities that were recommended. All of the facilities were out of state. There's no in-state facility or recommendation that he can go to. They're all out of state. And so he did go down there. My understanding, and I know that Mr. Towers would testify to this, is that Mr. Kirtley or Dr. Kirtley was very involved in having communication with those folks down there. And that doctor down there advised that Dr. Kirkley was the one who was making some of the recommendations with regard to whether he should return or not. So I have an issue with regard to Dr. Kirkley making these direct contacts with regard to what's going on. I think that these should be a free flowing. But my understanding, based upon what Mr. Towers has told me, is that there was communication and that the communication was conveyed during his treatment while he was there. So I just want that to be known. Initially, when I reached out, I've been in front of the pharmacy before. Mr. Jackson's familiar with it. It was years ago. And I was surprised about the investigation and how quickly that investigation, without any investigation background with regard to what he was doing at work or what he was doing at that time in conjunction. The only allegation and the only thing that he agreed to was the fact that he was using alcohol after hours, and he didn't get involved in this incident. But I just want you to know he's done everything on his own to get right. He's made fantastic gains. His counselor has done amazing, is going to say amazing things about him. And he's ready to get back to practicing, to be a practicing pharmacist. Never had a complaint at all at his work. So with that said, I would just ask the court to, and he's here because he just wants to get back to being a pharmacist as quickly as possible. And he's not going to ask for anything more than we all have done in the past with regard to someone who's similarly situated as him. You know better than I do. I don't know how many cases you get with regard to alcohol being involved and how soon these people are able to get back. Sooner rather than later, obviously. That's what we're here for. he's going to admit to you that he was using during that period of time. He's going to admit to you that he was candid with Dr. Kirtley with regard to his use. And he's going to tell you that what he's done since that period of time, his mom has been, got his dad, his mom, and his grandmother here. He's got a great support system. He's got a counselor who's taking care of him. She's had 28 sessions with him since this incident in July. And so he's just asking for mercy. That's it. And asking to be put back on the fast track so that he can be a pharmacist as quickly as possible with some of the programs that I know you have available to you to make sure that he's successful in doing that. Because I know that when I'm a lawyer, if I don't have, I have access to those types of programs to become a success where I'm not being punished. And I think that he's done what he needs to do. He's not brought these issues to work. And I'm just asking for you to give his license back or his certification back.
Counsel, you can call your first witness.
Call Dr. Dawn Kirtley. Dr. Kirtley, can you tell the board members what, when this was brought to your attention that there may be an issue with Dr. Towers?
Yes, when we found out that there had been an arrest of Dr. Towers, I actually had a couple people reach out to me with concerns about Dr. Towers, having understood there was an arrest and understand there might be an issue. We got back in the office, I believe it was over a weekend, and then started pulling records, trying to see what was available in Court Connect or anything else. We pretty quickly found out that there was an issue. I recall Dr. Towers had some people suggest that he reach out to me, and I was in the process of starting to try to track him down, and he reached out to me and we had an initial phone conversation.
And in that phone conversation, was Dr. Towers' alcohol use discussed?
Yes, it was. He did admit that he had been struggling with alcohol use and abuse for some number of months. I believe it was over 2 years at that time, where he said he had tried for several months to stop drinking because it had been an issue. In that conversation, that in many ways pulls an immediate trigger for us beyond just whether there was an arrest or anything, that this is an obvious issue, whether it is during work or after hours when you have an addictive disease. That is something that we need an evaluation and to see if there is an issue with someone being able to safely practice.
And is that why you suggested a quick action on behalf of Dr. Towers?
That's exactly right. One of the hardest things, I think, working in the Board of Pharmacy is when you pull someone out of practice and if they ask for advice, our thing is, and I often will tell people, I need to pull you out of practice now. My first suggestion is contact these 4 centers, see if you can get into one quickly. Our hope is that you will go down there and that you will be told this was a bad decision. This is not indicative of addictive disease, and that this person can practice pharmacy safely at this time. What I oftentimes will tell people is if you can go down there and you get one of those evaluations, then we will call the board back very quickly to try to get you immediately returned to practice. And we could have a further either informal or formal conference at a future date to deal with the other issues as we watch what happens in the criminal side of that.
And at the close of that conversation, did it seem to you that Dr. Towers was amenable to doing just that?
He seemed very accepting and was ready to do absolutely whatever he needed to do to get square with us. I was actually quite relieved at that. At the time, we were looking at calling an emergency hearing that day. With his agreement, we decided not to do that at that time because we thought he was going to sign a preliminary consent agreement and go towards an eval.
Okay, and ultimately, Dr. Towers did not sign a voluntary surrender. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And we held an emergency hearing on July 26th.
Yes, we did.
Okay. And at that time, his license was suspended after finding that the public health and safety and the welfare of Dr. Towers' patients was at risk.
Yes.
And then at that point, what other investigation into Dr. Towers' background that staff looked at?
We understood that there may have been an unusual departure from previous employment. When we reached out to his previous employer, we found out that there had been an incident with a hotel room that Dr. Towers was using while working in an offsite location out of town for that hotel. We discussed with them the circumstances of that. One of the things that we found out was there had been basically a request after a large amount of damage to a hotel room that before he could go back to practice in that pharmacy, he would need to take a drug test for that company or resign. And it is our understanding at that time he resigned from his job with the company and his residency program.
And that was in March of last year.
Yes, March of 22.
And can you identify for the board under exhibit 17? Are those documents that were provided to staff?
Yes, I believe these documents came specifically from UAMS that gave a timeline of some of what happened with the Hampton Inn, the investigation that corporation Express RX had done in the Hampton Inn, that initially the damage to the hotel room was blamed on other individuals. And I believe the Hampton went back and reviewed video and would state that as part of their investigation that no one else entered that hotel room after Dr. Towers or left for Dr. Towers, that it seemed to only be him that could have done the damage.
And if you'll refer to exhibit 19.
Exhibit 19, these are the pictures that we got for our investigation of damage to the hotel room. Flip through there are, even though some of them are a little bit grainy and difficult to see, there are stains around the sink. I believe a large hole in the wall. Looks like something was ripped off the wall of the bathroom, possibly soap or lotion of some sort. There was a large amount of staining around there. Appeared to be broken glass in front of the toilet, some damage, a damaged lamp, a broken television, and a large amount of staining in the bathtub itself.
And based on the condition of the hotel room that Express RX had provided for Dr. Towers, is it fair to say they were concerned that alcohol or drugs might be a factor in that?
They were. This was actually a hotel they'd had a long working relationship with, and they even expressed that it had put at jeopardy their ability to potentially use that hotel for people working in the area going forward. So they were quite concerned that there was not only damage to a hotel room that was inappropriate for one of their employees, but it also had risked their relationship with the facility.
And so, based on that, they asked for a drug screen. Is that correct?
Yes, it's my understanding at that point, they asked him, they emailed him notification of drug screen requirements and deadlines. You can see that back in exhibit 17. And it's our understanding that within a couple of days, he instead emailed a letter of resignation on Wednesday, March 30th, 2022 at 10:34 p.m.
And at that time, he was a UMS resident and a float for Express RX. Is that right?
As I understand, he was in a residency with Express RX, and at times they would send him to work at other facilities at distant outside of his residency. And this was an instance of that.
So UMS and Express RX they were both tendered this letter of resignation.
Yes,
And did anyone at that time notify the Board of Pharmacy regarding this incident?
we were not notified at that time.
And you tell me why we looked back at that incident as part of this sort of investigation with regard to Dr. Towers.
Well, generally, when something like that happens, we will hear, rumors that maybe something is going on, maybe it's not. I can tell you that knowing anyone that is in a residency, if they depart a residency early, that is generally a flag of some sort. It's an unusual activity. So when we found out that there might have been other issues for Dr. Towers, we just basically backed up. We also checked with his current employer at the time to see what issues there might be with them.
All right, I'm going to refer you to exhibit number 20.
Okay.
Can you identify what that is for the board?
This is an affidavit from young lady Camille Lilly. If you read it, she's a resident of Georgia and a college friend of his child's mother.
And in this affidavit, does Ms. Lilly discuss her observations of Dr. Towers' alcohol use?
Yes, she does. In the affidavit, she goes at length about the amount of alcohol use and different activities that happened that were concerning to her towards her friend and their child.
And does she indicate even in the affidavit, I think it's paragraph 5, how much she saw Dr. Towers drink before going to work?
Yes, in that affidavit, she talks about large bottle of vodka, often referred to as a handle, 1.75 liters, and drink the entire bottle over a day and a half. Not observe anybody else drink it, and her thought was it was all consumed by him.
And then in paragraph 6, does she indicate that she observed him drinking as late as 2:30 a.m. before he had to go to work?
Yes, she does, that he left later in that morning after drinking till 2:30 a.m. with speech slurred during a good portion of the time.
All right, and I'm gonna refer to you exhibit number 21. Tell me what document that is, or describe that document for the board.
This is an affidavit of another individual. I believe that this is the mother of Dr. Towers' child.
And what kind of behavior does she describe of Dr. Towers?
I think you misspoke. He's not Dr. Tyler's child.
He is the mother of Dr. Towers' child's mother. She's the grandmother.
Grandmother. Very good.
I
Thank you.
She described in that there was drinking throughout the morning, throughout the course of the entire day, and then by game time being very intoxicated. And that after the game, they left, go back to the RV through football fans. That her daughter was apparently left in the crowd and talked with her until she reached the RV because she was concerned for her safety going through that large crowd of people. There were other things you can read in number 7 and beyond about how intoxicated and angry it was and how the RV door had been slammed so hard it was pushed past its frame and had done damage to the RV.
All right, and now I'm going to refer you to exhibit 4. If you'll flip probably 4 pages on the 5th page of that exhibit is, well, first tell the board what that exhibit is.
This appears to be part of the circuit court records for a petition for affidavit of an order of protection for the mother of his child.
And can you, on that 5th page of that exhibit, does she discuss some past history within the last 12 months regarding some abuse allegations, I guess, with regard to Dr. Towers?
Yes, she does describe things such as putting her father to sleep. And then there are other things about within the past 12 months, separate occasions, left bruises on her by choking her, punching her in the leg, forcibly grabbing her wrist, pulling her hair out, yelling at the child to be quiet, hitting the dog. I mean, it goes up on to talk about threats of beating up her parents and making them unconscious, as well as other things.
Right, and all this collectively, does that bolster your concern about Dr. Towers' alcohol or substance use?
Yes, it would.
Okay, and at some point during this process, did Dr. Towers come to the board and discuss with you and I guess, I think he referred to it as the quickest way to get back to work?
Yes, he did. He showed up one afternoon. When I was told he was here, I was actually on a call for a meeting that ended just a few minutes later. I went ahead and grabbed you as our legal counsel, went to talk to him to be sure that I had a safety witness and to first of all explain that if he was represented by counsel, that we were not able to discuss his case with him without counsel being present.
And he indicated that his counsel sent him back to the board. Is that what you recall?
Yes, that is what I recall.
Okay, and what did you tell Dr. Towers
At
with
that,
regard to how to get back to practice?
at that time, I reiterated that our original request, which would be part of a preliminary consent order, and the successful way that we have seen people with drug or alcohol-related incidents to return to practice was to get a intensive inpatient evaluation, which the board has adopted a specific approach to with one of the 4 centers we use. We reviewed that those were the 4 centers that we accepted. Those are multimodal evaluations with multiple types of medical professionals in place. And it appeared to us that he was willing to go and try to do that at that time.
And why is it that the board uses one of these 4 facilities as opposed to any other treatment program?
So I can tell you, having been here for almost 19 years, the facilities that we use are somewhat unique in their ability to take someone all the way from active drug use, getting them them through detox, having inpatient facility beds where they can manage any detox or emergency needs of the patient. But they also have several different levels of practice type, activity, licensure, or training for different members of that team, from counselor, social work, substance abuse, mental health specialist, a physician generally with multiple different types of specialty licenses to go and get an overall holistic look at the individual, as well as watching them for a 2 to 3 day period as they are an inpatient to see exactly everything they're able to consume, how they react with others, and doing psychological testing on them, as well as potential counseling.
So after the conversation with Dr. Towers here at the board, he did enter one of these programs, correct?
Yes, he did.
And the name of that program is Red Hill Recovery.
Yes, Red Hill Recovery is actually a branch of Palmetto. When he had reached out to them, and then Palmetto in turn reached out to me, they were actually full, did not have a bed at their Palmetto facility. We discussed the use of their Red Hill Recovery facility, where it's a newer facility for them, that they have taken some of their counselors and have the same medical director managing both facilities, so we could get an equivalent evaluation at that facility and would use it as a branch of Palmetto.
And that is a 3-day inpatient evaluation, is that correct?
Yes, it is. It's a 3-day inpatient psychological substance use evaluation.
And so Dr. Towers entered that program on August 29th, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what contact did you have with people, personnel, doctors, physicians treating Dr. Towers regarding his background?
Generally, anytime we have someone that is getting a professional evaluation from any of these 4 centers, similar to Dr. Towers' case, they will generally reach out to the Board of Pharmacy to figure out what are the reasons why this person is being asked for an evaluation. As part of that, in general, we send them whatever documentation we have and express whatever concerns we have, and then turn it over to them for their testing and to basically push through and see what they can figure out on those issues. For Dr. Towers, it was letting them know, our knowledge of the police arrest, the encounters with the order of protection, the knowledge that we had that he had previously been asked to take a drug test, and our understanding that we'd heard rumors that there was also marijuana use potentially, as I recall.
And so basically, these exhibits that are presented to the board is what we also presented to Red Hill. Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement.
Okay. And you've reviewed his evaluation from Red Hill Recovery.
I have.
And can you just highlight some concerns that you find in the results of this evaluation?
In general, anytime we look at one of these evaluations, we first of all are looking for specific diagnoses that would be a potential problem for anyone working, taking care of other people. The alcohol use disorder severe is something that if we see something along those lines where it's an active disease issue or a recent disease issue, then that oftentimes leads to an active addictive disease that may be in need of treatment. They also have the other things they know. They're ruling out cannabis use disorder. They had mixed narcissistic and paranoid personality features, and then talked about some dimensional personality features about him being aggressive, defensive, emotionally labile, neurotic, hostile, impulsive, reckless, and it goes on from there. When we look at these evaluations, generally we see what you'd see under tab 23 as a brief overview of a much larger document. It gives specific summaries of what was observed or what the medical professionals there believe is appropriate. At the end of it, you can see, I believe it's page 3, their multidisciplinary treatment team recommends upon completion of the evaluation would be the following. Sign and follow a 5-year Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy monitoring contract. Any violations of the contract or positive drug or alcohol screen should result in further inpatient evaluation. Complete a State Board of Pharmacy approved long-term inpatient treatment program for substance use disorder. Then they note that Tyler's not ready to practice his profession with skill and safety until he has completed an approved treatment program, has a continued care plan in place, has signed an ASBP agreement, has met with his treating addictionist following treatment to determine his fitness to return to duty. And then note that he should contact us as soon as possible after the evaluation to receive any additional instructions.
And just to be clear, these aren't your recommendations. These are the staff at Red Hill's recommendations. Is that right?
That would be correct. I did not even have a conversation with Dr. McCormick. I had talked to one of the intake counselors.
So, can you look at the evaluation and even some of the records if you need to? What, evidence do we have that there's a potential cannabis use disorder as well?
Through, I believe it was in exhibit 23 and then again in 24. In exhibit 23, page 2. The next to last paragraph reports beginning the use of marijuana on a regular basis about 4 years ago while in pharmacy school. Self-medicate his anxiety symptoms. This use had a direct effect on his marriage and led to separation, divorce from his wife. Continued cannabis use until the date of the arrest in July.
And at some point, we have Dr. Towers' application that he submitted to the board. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And there are questions on that application regarding use of illegal substances. Is that correct?
The specific question on the pharmacist application is on the last page within the last, excuse me, do you currently have an alcohol or other substance abuse problem? Be our observation with the amount of time that he admitted that he was abusing alcohol, as well as the amount of time that he had been using marijuana, that a no answer on that would be obtaining a licensed practice pharmacy in the state of Arkansas by misrepresentation.
And when was that application signed by Dr. Towers?
He signed that application on 5/3/21.
So it's your opinion that he was not truthful in that answer?
It is my opinion that he obtained that license by fraud.
And tell the board why you feel that the course of treatment with the support group is more valuable and beneficial than just say, maintaining your sobriety.
Having been through the addiction course at UMS during pharmacy school, having been to University of Utah School on alcoholism and other drug dependencies 3 different times during pharmacy school, as well as observing the successes of the support group for nearly 2 decades, we have a very proven system to do 2 things. First of all, that is to help people that are struggling with some sort of addictive disease or other hang up as such, to help them through that with other pharmacists involved that have been through very similar things and have similar struggles. Second of all, it is something that can really help us to meet our criteria of protection of the public health and welfare by showing once the support group gives that person advocacy, we have a track record of not only reports from their counselors, attendance at potential 12-step program meetings, as well as dealing with their monitor and the support group itself. They give them advocacy and are basically helping to give the Board of Pharmacy the guarantee we look for that they are not only sober, but they're also safe to return to practice. Over the years of dealing with the support group and looking at different statistical information, the 5-year success rate for people to remain sober, able to practice, even beyond 5 years, is a much higher number than what we would generally see for general public that are only attending a meeting or only getting some counseling without that type of oversight.
All right, anything else you want to add with regard to Dr. Towers?
I can't think of anything else except, this is oftentimes for board staff, just like I can appreciate for board members. This is the least fun part of our role with the Board of Pharmacy, having to pull people out of practice and then trying to show them the way that they might be able to return to practice. The board faced 2 pharmacists with similar issues to this, where it was generally alcohol use. Yesterday, helping them to return to practice after they went through the support group. It's a very known accepted method that's worked successfully for many, many pharmacists over the years.
Nothing else for Dr. Curley?
May I inquire? Thank you. You then indicated that the first conversation that you had with Mr. Towers was the night of it, or soon after you learned of the incident with Savannah. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And in that incident, he was accused of, they were both accused, well, you read the report, correct?
Yes, I did.
And the report seems that they were both in an argument that escalated. Is that correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And based upon that, you had a conversation with Mr. Towers. And Mr. Towers indicated to you that he had been abusing alcohol within the last year. Is that correct?
I believe he said for 29 months or 2 years, 9 months, it was something like that, but yes, within the last.
Okay. And did he indicate during that time that he had a child that was in the NICU?
Yes, he did.
Okay, and that he had been going through some struggles with regard to that child being in NICU, and that had escalated the situation at home.
Yes, sir.
And the mother, Savannah, was living in his home. Is that correct?
I believe so.
And are you aware of how long after they came home with that child before this incident occurred?
I believe it was a couple of months after the child had left ICU.
All right, and that's your recollection, is that correct?
That is.
All right. And then you said that after that, you said, I'll flip to that, his application was signed May 2nd of 2021, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you indicated that he was likely abusing alcohol during that time.
From what he told me, yes, he would have been.
Okay, but you told me that he told you that he was abusing it in the last 2 years,
Yes,
more so in the last
I
year.
believe it was 2 years and 9 months or 2.5 years.
All right, so you did the math and you figured out that you did your investigation. You figured out that had to be around the time that he was going through school and signed
sir.
that application.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as far as the investigation, you did another investigation with regard to an incident you learned about that occurred prior. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you hear about that incident before you heard about the second incident that he had? And then you went back to that incident?
I don't recall if I'd heard anything about the hotel room or anything else. I knew at some point he had transitioned jobs, but I did not know any of those details.
How did you learn? How did you become aware of the fact that he transitioned and that was the reason that he transitioned out of that job?
I knew that he had been in a different job. When we look in our system, I could tell the timing of the change. At that point, it looked to be different than what I would normally expect for someone that had done a residency at pharmacy.
So you did a further investigation based upon that.
Yes, I did.
And then you reached out to his prior employer.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's how you learned the information, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you ask the employer how good of a pharmacist he was while he was there?
I knew that he seemed to be doing well enough in his residency that they had him working at another facility.
My question to you is you ever ask them, how good of a pharmacist is he?
I did not. My understanding from what I asked him, I didn't ask how good he was when he was working because it appeared he had left on terms that he was not eligible for rehire.
Fair enough. His next job. Did you ask him about how good of a job he was doing there?
I did ask if there had been any issues with him and they said there had been some attendance issues.
Okay. Did they ever discuss with you any issues with regard to he had alcohol?
No, sir.
They discuss any issues or any complaints by any patients with regard to his care?
No, sir.
Okay. Have you ever received any complaints about his care or his ability to treat patients?
No, sir.
His employers, have they ever contacted you and said, hey, I think we have an alcohol issue with Mr. Towers?
No, they have not.
All right. As far as your investigation went, he was doing exemplary in both jobs except for that one incident. Is that correct?
I would not necessarily say exemplary, but he was satisfactory.
All right. But you don't know enough because you didn't ask all the questions, did you?
I did not ask those questions. No, sir.
Okay. Now, when you say that you're here to try to help pharmacists, wouldn't trying to find out how good they were in their job be an important part of figuring out whether you can help them or not?
That's part of it.
Okay. But you didn't do that, did you?
No, sir. I found out what the problems were.
Okay. And then you just, the punishment is what came next, right? He's no longer a pharmacist.
I would not call it punishment. I would call it trying to protect the public health and welfare by getting a report that he was safe to practice.
Okay. But you understand that both of his employers would have said, top 10, he's doing okay with the public and community when he's here, when he's working with me.
They would not have said that.
They would not have said that.
If he was fired, well, was given a choice to take a drug test or leave a residency early, that generally would not be a top 10 performance issue. If they reported that they were having attendance issues, that would also not, to me, be a top 10 issue.
Okay. He had attendance issues, but no alcohol related issues, right?
As far as I know.
He's about to lose his job for alcohol issues, correct? Not attendance issues.
Alcohol and marijuana issues, yes.
When you spoke to, you contacted Red Hill Recovery, is that correct?
They reached out to me from the Palmetto side to see if it would be okay for him to go to their Red Hill facility.
All right. And you talked about The fact you noted some of the things some of the findings of this particular doctor, is that correct?
Yes,
Mixed narcissistic, paranoid personality features, correct?
yes, that's
Are
in their
you
report.
aware that all of these features are clues and hints to a PTSD diagnosis?
I've heard some of that.
Are you aware that this Red Hill Recovery never reached out to his counselor to find out how he's doing or what type of issues or psychological findings?
Oh, I wasn't involved in that part.
But Mr. Towers was receiving therapy from another therapist during that time, correct?
I was not aware of that.
But it's apparent that Mr. McCormick never references any of that, his PTSD diagnosis or anything like that in his recovery report or in his report. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, Dr. McCormick put it in as part of his diagnosis. I'm not sure what you're asking me about his.
What I'm asking you is he didn't put anything about PTSD in his diagnosis, did he?
I don't believe he did. He did talk about the earlier trauma that he
All right.
had.
Now, are you aware that alcohol use disorder is no longer, you can no longer use that diagnosis when someone has been clean or off alcohol for over 90 days?
No, sir.
Are you aware that Mr. Towers has not drank since this incident?
It's July 7th.
Right.
I understand that he says that, yes.
And you don't believe that?
I don't have any verification of it.
Fair enough. Going back to your last page, it says here, Mr. McCormick received an outline or here's what he can do to get his license back. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And part of it is to complete an Arkansas State, a board-approved long-term inpatient treatment program for substance abuse disorders. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, those two pharmacists that you discussed before, that they have to go to an inpatient long-term treatment facility?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and which facility do they go to?
I'd have to look. I believe that one of them went to Palmetto. And I believe one of them went to Bradford.
And how long are these treatment programs?
They could be anywhere from 30 to 60 to 90 days.
Okay.
It depends on the specific patient's needs according to the medical professions.
Were you aware that at the time that you were making those offers with regard to what Mr. Towers could do versus going to a hearing, these were the same exact things you were recommending to him? Page, exhibit 24, the last page. Didn't you tell him that he would have to be part of, if he wanted to get his license back, that he would have to be part of a 5-year Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy monitoring contract? He'd have to sign a contract?
At that time, we didn't have this paperwork.
I understand you didn't have this paperwork, but what I'm saying is your conversation with him prior to this paperwork getting done. Didn't you say to him, typically we require people to go into a monitoring contract, right?
Oh, if they are diagnosed with an addictive disease and it calls for inpatient treatment, generally, yes, there's a 5-year contract.
Okay.
But that's an if then.
All right. And then you also indicated during that time, you're gonna have to go through a long-term inpatient treatment program, correct?
If indicated, yes.
Okay. And at the time you told him this, that he would have to complete that treatment program, is that correct? And then get recommended by the board to get back on and get his license back.
Generally, if you complete a treatment program, if it's indicated by the medical professionals, you would come out of that and engage with the Arkansas Pharmacy Support Group. In that instance, we would not have a disciplinary hearing and let you seek that treatment and that help.
Right. My point is that all the things that were recommended by Dr. McCormick in his last thing were things that you discussed with him in your conversation with him before that paperwork was delivered to him, correct?
As a general model, when people have an addictive disease, that's what the board does, yes.
And are you, with regard to where those treatment facilities are, there's none of those that are in Arkansas, is there?
That's correct.
And are you aware of how much it costs for someone to go through that treatment program?
I am.
How much?
Most of them, it's around $30,000. It's a direct cash pay. They all have the ability to use insurance, flexible spending accounts, health savings accounts, or anything else.
And he's already spent $3,000 on that one evaluation, didn't he?
I would assume so.
All right. Are you aware of how much those evaluations cost?
Roughly $3,000.
But you disagree with how Mr. Towers has handled it in this way and going to separate treatment, independent treatment, and also seeing a different counselor. You don't think that that fits with the, what it would take for him to have his license back.
That is not the general approach of the Board of Pharmacy, nor is it what was suggested by the medical treatment facility that we generally look at as the expert.
And nothing further. Thank you. I have no further questions. Sorry.
Good. I thought you said nothing further, but I wasn't 100% sure.
All right.
Any questions from the board for this witness? I'm seeing head shakes, but nobody's, okay. Okay, redirect.
Dr. Curley, is one of the reasons that you use one of these approved programs because people are treated by an actual medical physician?
Yes, it's not just the medical physician, it's the qualifications of the physicians in the facilities, as well as the fact that it's a overall team approach where you have multiple individuals doing evaluations and generally making those decisions.
And these facilities work with medical professionals that need to get back into their practice. So are they aware of the parameters that they need to look for with regard to whether or not they're safe to come back to practice?
Historically, all four of these centers have a almost a specialization or approach specifically dealing with medical professionals, understanding that these are generally highly intelligent, highly compensated potential earners that are going back into situations where they have immediate access to a different environment of stress or career involved in taking care of other people.
And with regard to Dr. Towers' work as a pharmacist, would it be concerning to staff, just hypothetically, if Dr. Towers did have alcoholic beverages after work and went to work, if it wasn't in excess?
Generally, no.
So is it your opinion, based on the evaluation and some other incidents, that the alcohol is a problem for him in his ability to work as a pharmacist?
I believe so.
And would you say the same if it was marijuana as well?
I think based on previous decisions and opinions of the board, marijuana use is basically an absolute stop with a safety or security conscious position in healthcare.
So we have a medical doctor saying that he is not fit to practice. Have you, in your experience with the board, found instances where we have gone against this medical diagnosis or this recommendation in the past with other pharmacists?
I cannot recall a single instance of that.
Do you have anything else you want to add with regard to Dr. Towers?
I would say, because something that we talked about around staff was concern when, if you have an employer that basically demands someone to either take a drug test or quit a job, that is something that should be reported to the board if that drug test is refused. I can tell you that we were quite frustrated that we did not have previous knowledge of that aspect of this issue, and it's a review issue that we continue to discuss.
A couple follow-up. Are you aware that at Red Rail Recovery during that 3-day process, he only talked to 2 people?
I'm not sure how many people he talked to.
Well, you talk about all the list of professionals there who are top-notch, highly paid, correct?
Well, I was saying highly paid for the medical professional patients that are going in, not.
Well, they're getting 30,000. There's a potential that this firm, Red Hill Recovery, would they be doing the same treatment for $30,000 that you're discussing? In other words, do they benefit? Does Red Hill Recovery benefit by getting this diagnosis if they get the doctor? In other words, do they get the $30,000 for this inpatient treatment?
I get what you're saying. Do they have a conflict by diagnosing people?
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting in my observation for many years here. Yes, they make money if they treat people, but the worst thing that most of these centers could do is have someone in there that's not suffering from addictive disease, but because it messes up the rest of the program. Generally, you not only meet with the medical professionals, or you have people you don't see that are reviewing your psychological tests, you're also in group with other people that are in recovery to help learn from each other.
In your experience, someone who's highly trained in this aspect and giving out important advice with regard to whether someone keeps their license or not, don't you think that a records check with regard to any type of mental health that they, any mental health care that they received prior to that would be important and prudent?
Oh, I would agree with that.
And you would agree with me that it appears that nobody reached out to Ms. Faulkner to get her expert opinion with regard to the therapy he had been receiving since the day of this incident. Isn't that odd?
It's odd. I did not know Ms. Faulkner existed until today.
Okay. All right. Okay. Nothing further.
See nothing further, council?
Yes, I did. Sorry.
You've gotten so soft-spoken. on me.
I'm sorry. This COVID.
You're good. Board, anything? Seen head shakes, no? Any final redirect? May this witness be released at this time? Do you have any further witnesses? Okay, board rests at this time.
Can I just call Dr. Ms. Faulkner? And I guess ask from here, is that correct?
As long as move that one down, make sure it's on green.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, just because this is being broadcast. I don't know if it's YouTube or it's being broadcast and recorded somewhere for the purpose of FOIA. So we want to make sure
Thank you.
it is. In fact, yeah, it's green. I see it now.
Perfect. Thanks.
When ready, council.
If you would, just please state your name for the board.
Yeah, Priscilla Faulkner, LPC.
Okay, and what do you do for a living?
I am a co-owner of Impact Counseling Clinic in Glenwood. We have two offices, Glenwood and Derrick's. I'm a licensed professional counselor. I've practiced now for 13 and a half years. I'm the CEO of Impact.
Okay. At some point, did you get to know Mr. And you brought a CV just in case the board wants to see that, did you not?
That's correct.
Okay. And how did you come to know Mr. Towers?
So he reached out to our clinic, I believe a couple of days, maybe 7:10, 7:11 around that time to schedule an appointment to get enrolled and intake as far as enrolling in counseling.
Okay. And has he been seeing you since that period of time?
Yes.
And how long have you been seeing him?
So I did the intake on July 11th, and at the intake assessment, I did, several evaluations at that time to rule out any kind of like acute placement. Basically did a suicide screening, depression screening, anxiety screening, and indicated at that time that he would need pretty much like intensive outpatient treatment. And so in July, we began sessions. And I believe we had at least 13 sessions in July and altogether 28.
28 sessions between from the time you first met him until now.
Correct.
Okay. And were you able to get a diagnosis on him?
That's correct.
And if you would tell the board what it is, that diagnosis, and why it is with brevity. Obviously there's some history with Mr. Towers, is that correct?
Right. So the primary diagnosis at the time is PTSD. He did report to me that he had used alcohol and abused alcohol for over the span of about 2 years. So a secondary, absolutely with the, acute alcohol, usage at that time. Also relationship distress with spouse or intimate partner, disruption of family by separation or divorce, high expressed emotion level within the family, and other problems related to employment. And then problem related to lifestyle. Those were all of his diagnoses.
Okay. All right. And after you spoke with him, let's go through July. So tell me, was he using alcohol during the time that he was seeing you? He's been seeing you?
No, after he came in and explained to me, during the intake process about everything that took place, he immediately wanted to come up with pretty much a course of treatment. Of course, we discussed together as a treatment team. We also have 2 board certified psychiatrists. We're accredited through the Joint Commission, so we use the treatment team approach as well. Also with our medical director, who's a psych nurse practitioner. So of course I staffed with all of them, created his course of treatment, implemented his goals, checked in daily to make sure that we had what's called play for the days. And that means, as far as his emotional self-care, physical and spiritual self-care. And he actually decided to start going to AA on his own.
And you've been successful in that program, is he not?
And what he reports to me, yes, it seems to be.
Now, you can tell when someone's not being truthful with you, correct?
Pretty correct.
All
Yes.
right. Has Mr. Towers does it appear that he's been honest with you about his use?
I believe he's been honest with me. Yes.
All right. Have you noted physical differences in Mr. Towers?
When he first came in during the intake, I could definitely tell a difference from then until now. There's a lot more peace. He seems, rested. I can tell a difference. Yes, physically.
Are you aware of that he's back with Savannah? The
Yes.
mom, and they're taking care of the child. Is that correct?
That's correct, from what I understand.
All right. Did anyone, were you aware that he was going to be making that inpatient trip down south?
So he discussed it with me and I did encourage him to reach out, and as far as like being very honest and forthcoming about, things over the last couple of years. He discussed it with me and I encouraged him, of course, as far as like other treatment, that if that's what he decided to do, then that was, I would encourage him to do so. And he made that on his own free choice to do it. Yeah.
Okay. Any red flags since you've been seeing him?
No.
And you know that he's been alcohol free for 96 days, is that correct?
Yes.
Did Red Hill Recovery, did Dr. McCormick reach out to you to get any medical records or any notes with regard to your visits with him?
No.
Did he ask you about any diagnoses or anything?
No.
And when you told Tyler to go down there, you told him to be honest with him about his treatment, who he's been seeing and that sort of thing, correct?
Yes.
Have doctors asked for those types of records before from you?
Yes.
And do you find it kind of strange with this diagnosis that they did not reach out to get those records from you?
I was concerned that they, didn't really kind of take the team approach with this because, as medical professionals, there are certain areas where there's things that are reported to each individual, as far as the patient having a different kind of rapport. So that was alarming. So I took it upon myself actually to reach out to them.
Okay. And what did they tell you? Did you reach out to them? Did you review that report?
So I have reviewed the report. Yes.
Is there anything that you told them when you did reach out to them that's included in this report?
No, sir.
Nothing further.
Yes. So you report that he has been sober for 96 days?
He has been sober for, yes, I guess whatever he had reported to me, 96 days.
And do you do drug screens?
We do not.
So you're taking his word on it that he's been sober for 96 days?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever discussed marijuana use with Dr. Towers?
So he did report an intake. We do a drug screening and alcohol screening at intake, and he did report past usage during a relationship in college. Yes.
Okay. And is it part of your diagnosis that he is taking these substances to deal with stress?
So according to the PTSD diagnosis, there's reckless behavior, there's intrusive thoughts, there's avoidance, there's paranoia, negative alterations, and all of the symptoms that anyone has spoke about today fits completely under the PTSD diagnosis.
Okay. So my question is, does he have a problem dealing with stress? I think you said relationship stress, things like that. Does he have a problem dealing with actual stress?
Gotcha. So what it is he has untreated PTSD that has been untreated for over 5 years now. And so because he has never received treatment of cognitive behavioral therapy, trauma focused therapy, or cognitive processing therapy, that means that these symptoms will continue to increase until he is actually committed to go through treatment for PTSD.
Okay. And how many professionals have you treated any other pharmacists?
So I've treated nurses and psych nurse practitioners, but never a pharmacist, no.
Okay. Are you familiar with the pharmacy practice? I mean, that it's fair to say a very stressful position at times?
I would say I've never worked as a pharmacist, but I could only imagine what you all have to deal with.
And did Dr. Towers indicate to you that his job was stressful?
I think he had mentioned to me that, there's a lot of people who yell and scream and get angry over medication. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. So are you concerned about his alcohol consumption?
I'm concerned about his PTSD going untreated, very much similar to a war veteran who also abuses alcohol or any
The
other
question is,
drugs.
are you concerned with his alcohol consumption?
No, he has been clean for 96 days.
And that's self-reported.
So that's self-report and partial remission. And I think in the report there that you all received from Red Hill or whatever it's called. Yeah, there was a screening.
But you have no documentation of that because you don't do screens yourself.
No, but we can.
You can.
Yeah.
All right. And so you said you've seen him 13 sessions in July.
That's correct.
And then after that, the total number of sessions is 28.
That's correct.
So when's the last time you saw Dr. Towers?
So it was around the October 1st.
Okay. And then do you have regular sessions scheduled with him?
So typically what we do whenever someone comes in, we triage. And so based on symptoms, so we'll do mild, moderate to severe. And basically in the first month, we're just working on stabilization. And so of course, we're going to provide more therapy services during that month and then kind of pull back and see how things are going, especially as far as like, coping mechanisms and if they're following through with the course of treatment. So typically right now, then it's going to be weekly.
Okay. So, then you've sort of scaled back a little bit because you believe, but you still have this belief that he's not being properly treated.
Well, what I have the belief of is that he needs to be consistent as far as like being treated for PTSD.
And you can't treat him for PTSD?
Absolutely, I can treat him for
Okay.
PTSD. Yes, I'm credentialed in the state for trauma focus. It's one of my specialties. And then also cognitive processing therapy.
But his treatment for PTSD at this time doesn't warrant anything more than a weekly session.
Right,
Is that a fair
weekly.
statement?
Where we're at right now, yes, weekly.
And because he reports to you that he's been sober for 96 days, you take him at his word that that's correct and move past that issue. Is that?
So what I did is deferred him based on his discussion with Dr. Kirtley over there to go and seek out this report with Red Hill. And that's their recommendation that they made. So we are willing to do drug screenings or whatever is necessary.
Do you believe the assessment of Dr. McCormick that he needs inpatient treatment?
Absolutely not.
And why is that?
Because he does not list a primary diagnosis of PTSD on there. And unless you treat the PTSD, then we're going to see him right back in here in 6 months, 9 months, and 12 months. Because this is not just an alcohol use disorder. It is a primary disorder diagnosis of PTSD that has to be treated.
And could that not be assessed and treated in inpatient?
I have not witnessed any great outcomes with PTSD being treated in a 90-day program. It's best as far as a rapport to get built and actually to have, weekly therapy sessions.
So if he continues to not be treated for PTSD, is it likely that he'll fall back on the alcohol use or marijuana use?
I think it makes him more at risk if he does not receive continued treatment with PTSD
But you recommend outpatient treatment, not inpatient.
at this time, today.
No further questions for this witness.
Does the board have questions for this witness?
Question. You said that, Dr. Howard, that he is in, alcohol treatment now?
I'm sorry, that he's in
He's
alcohol,
receiving treatment for alcoholism now?
not with me. I treat the primary diagnosis of PTSD. And so
Are you aware?
I'm sorry.
Are you, I thought someone said that he was in treatment for alcoholism now.
He was referred to for an evaluation with Red Hill, which seems to me that their primary treatment focus there is alcoholism.
Clarify, he's been going to AA since this time.
Okay.
He's been receiving that type of therapy and that type of outpatient treatment, but not by a doctor.
Drug therapy, has he been receiving drug therapy? No, maybe this is not the right witness to direct this
No,
question.
he's been going to
Oh.
AA. He has not been using any of those, no alcohol and no marijuana during that
That
time.
wasn't my question. My question was, is he using drug therapy for the treatment of alcoholism? For example, disulfiram or antabuse,
Oh,
No,
naltrexone, Revia,
good question. I agree.
Campro?
No, he's not using, he is substance free.
Okay. And just to be clear, for the period of time that he was using alcohol prior to July the 7th, in various reports, it's anywhere from half a pint to half a liter or a fifth on average per day. Is that?
I'm going to have him answer that.
Okay.
Yeah,
right.
he'll clarify that. Yep.
Okay.
Simpson, this witness.
Who diagnosed the PTSD?
I did.
Okay, and you are a
LPC. Licensed professional counselor, yes.
You described there being some kind of team therapy with regard to his treatment. Could you be specific with regard to what each of the members of the team have done with regard to the treatment?
Yes, sir. Whenever a patient comes in for intake, and we function much like a Pinnacle Point, except we're not inpatient, we're outpatient. So we're accredited through the Joint Commission, also through the state Medicaid program and the PASS program here in Arkansas. And so in order to do so, what we have to do is create a model. We have a clinical director who oversees the treatment that the clinicians do.
Let me stop you there. I don't care about what your general practice is. I want to know what specifically each member of the team did with regard to Dr. Towers.
I'm sorry, I'm getting worried. Yes. So we do the intake and then we create what's called the treatment plan. And then the psychiatrist and the medical director and the clinical director review that treatment plan and either agree or make changes to it or make changes to the diagnosis.
Okay, let me ask you again. What did the individual people of the team do with regard to Dr. Powers' intake?
Right. So they staffed with me and they oversaw the treatment that I provided for his care.
Do we have medical records showing that?
Yes, sir.
Have they been introduced in evidence?
Not that I'm aware of.
No, Your Honor.
Are they going to be?
No, we can provide those records. I have no problem providing those records.
Well,
The records, the reason, that's why I wanted her here is to be able to testify to the fact, but she has, yes, she has diagnosed him and has been seeing him for the last 28 terms, but we do not have the medical records here to show that.
okay, since what we've got is her, let me just ask you, what did one or both of the psychiatrists say about the drug or alcohol problem?
Right. So at that point, whenever I had staff with Michelle Boone, she had encouraged, and pretty much as far as the same thing that he was thinking, Dr. Towers, to go ahead and follow the recommendation by the board to go and seek the evaluation through Red Hill. And for me to go ahead and continue because I'm not a substance abuse counselor, and so I can treat primary of PTSD. And so to carry out that treatment, I created those goals.
Okay, what did these, either or both of these two psychiatrists say about drug abuse treatment?
Right. So as far as like needing drug abuse treatment or anything at that time,
Yes.
they did not address that issue.
Can I ask a couple follow-up questions? I think I can clear this up. Can I ask a couple follow-up
Okay.
questions? The doctors that you work with, they don't believe that he has an alcohol problem. Is that correct?
Right. So they reviewed the treatment plan and agreed with my primary diagnosis that we were treating at our clinic for PTSD.
Okay. And so when people who have PTSD, they self-medicate, do they not?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And that's what those doctors feel that he was doing during the time, correct?
They concurred with my diagnosis. Yes.
All right. And so the alcohol was basically a result of the PTSD. The alcohol use was a result of the PTSD.
Correct.
And so when you address the PTSD, he no longer has an alcohol issue.
If he continues the treatment, correct.
And that's what he's been doing for the last 96 days.
At this time, yes.
And both the doctors that you work with sat in and had and reviewed all of your notes and had sessions with him. Is that correct?
They did not have sessions with him. They review all of my notes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Does that answer your question?
Not quite. Have these psychiatrists actually ever been in Dr. Towers' physical presence?
No, sir. They review all of the notes and treatment plans.
And I guess they have medical records about that, but we haven't seen those.
That's correct, sir.
Okay, that's all I have. 23.
So I understand the whole, like alcohol is a symptom of PTSD is what you're saying, which I understand that line of thinking. My question is, you talk about continued PTSD treatment. And if I missed this, I apologize, but what does that include? What is the length? What
Gotcha.
is the prognosis?
Right. So what I would recommend at this time would be no less than 2 years. I mean, what I've really found as far as patients who really struggle, especially with moderate to severe PTSD, and I feel like his kiddo going to the NICU and everything really was a triggering event that escalated everything. And so I would really recommend as far as outpatient counseling, no less than 2 years I do agree as far as like drug screenings and things like that. I mean, that's necessary. Absolutely.
To be able to continue to practice or?
I would say to practice, yes. And I think that you would be okay. Well, if you be okay with that, but that would be my recommendation.
You're saying like he should go through 2 years before he can practice?
No, I think as long as he's actively participating in outpatient treatment for PTSD and anything else the board deems necessary or whoever else, then, you know, I feel like he should be able to practice in drug screenings.
Thank you.
Yes.
Can I inquire? So, Ms. Faulkner, if the State Board of Pharmacy had a monitoring contract that included continued PTSD treatment, that's what you're talking about, is that correct?
Yes,
In other words, if he has to sign a contract, you would recommend that he sign a contract in order to continue that PTSD treatment, is that correct?
absolutely.
If I may just follow up on one point there, is it your professional testimony that he is safe to resume practice of pharmacy?
I would say that would be you all's judgment. All I can speak to is as far as what I recommend in order for him to receive the treatment to be able to function.
Well, what I want to know is what is your professional opinion?
My professional opinion is that if he were to seek treatment, go through random drug screenings, and do counseling, and I think that he would be fit to work.
My question again is, in your professional opinion, given those limitations, which
okay.
I'll buy, is he safe to practice pharmacy?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Any other questions from the board? I see there are no questions. I know, council, you got a little bit into your redirect there, but do you have any other redirect?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Any recross?
I have a couple. So Ms. Faulkner, are there any persons, doctors, treatment team members that have any credentials in treating substance abuse issues?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
And has Dr. Towers physically seen any of those
No, ma'am.
professionals? And why not?
Because Michelle Boone, she actually has an endorsement, I guess, to write the Suboxone or however you guys say that. But anyway, she is the medical, assistant medical director. And so he has not received any type of medication. So typically she would do what's called like a psychiatric diagnostic assessment and medication management. And at that time,
That's not happened yet.
no, ma'am. No.
Okay. And then is that part of the treatment plan to do that?
At this time, no, but it may.
Don't
be
feel like the alcohol and the marijuana use is an issue in and of itself.
At this time, correct.
Okay. And you don't have any credentials that involve substance abuse counseling as well?
That's correct.
Okay,
Yes,
so you treat PTSD
that's correct.
and that's what you've diagnosed him as.
Yes,
And there are people with medical degrees that reviewed some documents and they don't disagree with that.
right. And also to know that he did have a comorbid as far as Red Hill saying about the acute alcohol disorder at that time.
Okay, and so I think I'm bringing this up because Mr. Binka opened this. You get paid to treat him as well, correct?
Correct.
And how much does it cost to go through your treatment?
Usually probably about $80 a session.
$80 a session, and you would require, in your opinion, $80 a session once a week for 2 years. And in your opinion, he could go back to work tomorrow?
As long as he
I mean,
passed a drug screening.
But he hadn't had any drug screens yet. Okay, so you're not really comfortable saying that as you sit here today.
If he passed a drug screening today, then yes, I would say he could go back to work tomorrow.
So he is that far along in his PTSD treatment that you're comfortable with him being a pharmacist today?
I have provided treatment for him for 3 months and I believe that he is stabilized, yes,
In 28 days,
in 3 months.
28 sessions.
3 months.
That's all I have.
Anything else from the board?
Yes, would you want him to be your pharmacist
Absolutely.
with knowing the background and everything you've heard here about the alcohol problems and no one has even touched that?
Absolutely.
You still want him to be your pharmacist?
Absolutely. If I knew he was actively seeking treatment, no one's perfect.
Yeah, I know no one's perfect, but we've got something here that no one's addressing. There's
PTSD.
a lot of behavior problems behind it. And no one is addressing it.
Can I read you some of the symptoms? And that's why I brought my DSM today to help.
Yeah, do that because if she's saying, yeah, if she has a belief that
Because I agree, as far as the PTSD, verbal and physical aggression, yelling, fights, reckless, self-destructive, alcohol abuse, drug use, feelings of detachment, estrangement from others, inability to experience positive emotions, exaggerated negative beliefs. And so it has to be treated.
Yes, but some of these things I believe were exhibited before the current issues that you're addressing.
For the last 6 years, he's suffered from PTSD.
it wasn't properly diagnosed.
And no MD have looked at this?
They have.
Are you an MD?
No,
I think you said you were for the license.
I'm an LPC, but in order to create a treatment plan, it has to be reviewed and signed off by our doctor.
I want to ask some follow-up questions because I have some concerns here. There were doctors that are treating him, is that correct?
They're on the treatment team, yes.
Okay.
Doctor.
Yeah, so define it, it's like,
Psychiatrist, yes, and then
Psychiatrist.
psychiatric nurse practitioner.
yes, so he has a treatment team that has these people. I don't want people thinking that this isn't getting addressed. I mean, he has a treatment team. She's the primary lead on it, but all of her stuff is being reviewed by psychiatrists and psychologists and people who are trained to do this all the time. And this is an issue with regard to PTSD. This is not an alcohol issue. This is a PTSD issue. So I want to make sure that that's clear. He's getting treated for PTSD. He's had no incidents with regard to needing alcohol or any other illicit drugs during that time since he's been treated for PTSD. He had PTSD for a number of years before he got properly diagnosed.
To Mr. Binka testifying at this point.
I'm just concerned with some of the questions because a lot of these questions have been.
Yeah, counsel, I do tend to agree with Ms. Bales. I know the rules of evidence are relaxed. I'm going to give a lot of latitude for asking questions of this witness, but I want to caution about the line of questioning going into counsel testifying yourself. And generally speaking, I try to keep a procedure of direct examination, cross-examination, the board questions before we circle back around. And I've been giving a lot of latitude on that to clarify some issues, but I'm going to try to maybe reinforce that really more for the benefit of the court reporter than anybody else, because we are mixing up our procedure.
Yes, sir.
So I think there was a question standing over here, and then you will be given ample time, though, to redirect this witness.
So I'm sure I'm speaking to you, but so we have a document that says he needs inpatient and there is alcohol, et cetera, and we have a program for that. And then we have you saying that he needs PTSD. I don't know how the decision is made, which one overrules which one, but I mean, we have a very defined program of how we've treated anyone that had any issues in pharmacy. They could have had all kind of other issues besides alcoholism, but it's either he needs them both or, but we can't just, I would say we can't just go against a written document that's told us what he needs too. So for you to say he only has PTSD, I don't know how we can say that. The other document says he has the other issues, so. Can I not talk?
No.
Well, hold on one second. No, you can't talk right yet. I'll ask a follow-up question.
Well, let's continue the board's questioning, and I say, counsel, I promise you, you will get to redirect once the board has had their opportunity to ask all their questions.
Or is that not a question?
Well, it's a question. The question is, do you think are you saying if he gets treated for PTSD, he doesn't even have the other issue that the other company says he does have?
Right, I'm just concerned that they didn't have that as a primary diagnosis of PTSD and then the secondary diagnosis, with the acute alcohol disorder. And when reading in the DSM-5, one of the things that it mentioned that they diagnosed on there is about the acute alcohol disorder, that if a person has not had any kind of alcohol abuse within 90 days, that it actually goes into remission. And so
what they state,
Council.
okay, I'm
You,
sorry.
you will get redirect, I promise. Were there any other questions from the board? I see another light on down there. Was there another question? Okay, well, I see him down there. Okay, no other questions from the board, council, now your redirect.
Fair enough. When you contacted Red Hill Recovery, correct? That's where he was at during that time. Were you aware that he was only being treated by 2 people?
at Red Hill Recovery,
Correct.
no.
Okay. When you attempted to contact them, did you tell them that he had a PTSD diagnosis?
Yes,
And that PTSD diagnosis was supported by psychiatrists and your team?
yes, we went over and linked what their accreditation and their treatment role is and their treatment model, and also what our treatment model is. Yes.
All right. So when you saw this report without any of that PTSD information in this report, you had a concern, correct?
I did, because the lady mentioned to me, she asked me for permission to use that as a collateral in the report, and I said that that would be okay. Yes.
So they didn't even put the PTSD diagnosis in there, did they?
No,
So these doctors didn't even address at all his PTSD diagnosis, even though he had been diagnosed with it.
that's correct.
Okay. And in your experience with PTSD, do they medicate?
Absolutely.
All right.
Not everyone, but it's a high risk. Yes.
Okay. So even though he's been diagnosed with alcoholism, correct? You would agree that based upon this report, that he is in remission based upon the
Based on the diagnosis they gave for him not having used or abused any kind of alcohol or drugs in 90 days, it says that it goes into partial remission. Yes, that's correct.
and the PTSD is never addressed in here. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and that is a mental disease or defect, is it not?
I mean, it is a very difficult diagnosis to navigate, but it is treatable as long as, there's consistent therapy.
And these doctors, they don't address the PTSD in their report, so you don't know how it is that this would have changed if they would have put that in the report, correct?
That's true.
But in your experience training PTSD, you agree that alcohol is sometimes used to treat it.
Definitely, it comes in as a secondary comorbid diagnosis. Absolutely.
And you know that Mr. Towers is even addressing the alcohol too, is he not?
It was very honest and forthcoming, yes. And in fact, when speaking with the lady from the Red Hill Recovery Place, our discussion, of course, she mentioned that he was honest and forthcoming about it as well.
All right. And he has been receiving alcohol treatment through AA since that period of time, correct?
That's what he reported to me. Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Faulkner, so you're aware of the documentation from Red Hill that shows his last use of alcohol was July 7th.
I do not have the report in front of me to refer to. I'm sorry.
Okay. And are you aware that at Red Hill, he reported that he used marijuana twice a day?
Again, I don't have the report in front of me. I do recall that he did, or somewhere it had reported that, yes, he mentioned that.
Okay. And at your impact counseling, he has only seen you face to face. Everyone else has just reviewed your records.
That's correct.
And then at Red Hill, I think there's been criticism. He saw more than one person at Red Hill. He saw at least 2.
He saw, I believe, a couple of I can't speak to that, but I know he saw more than a counselor from what I understand.
Okay. And so the continued treatment that you would provide for him would only address the PTSD, not alcohol issues, not behavior issues, not marijuana use.
Right. So it would be PTSD that would address the behavior, but not substance abuse. I'm not a substance abuse counselor.
So, and is your plan that he go to AA for substance abuse?
He can go follow up with a substance abuse counselor. And
But you
it's
don't feel like he needs to go to inpatient treatment for any substance abuse?
no, I do not.
But you are not credentialed to make any diagnosis with regard to substance abuse or alcohol abuse?
So based on the screenings that I have, he didn't meet criteria to go at that time, but no,
With regard to your credentials,
right.
you don't have the credentials to treat?
I
Any-
cannot treat a substance abuse diagnosis. No,
And you didn't make a substance abuse
no,
diagnosis?
I deferred
Eh.
to where he went.
You defer to Red Hill, but you disagree with Red Hill's recommendation?
I disagreed that they did not include the PTSD as a form of diagnosis on his list of diagnoses.
That's all I have.
Anything else from the board?
This is obviously going to go a lot longer than what our schedule says. Can we take a 5-minute break, please?
Okay, let me see if we can get to the point where we're done with this witness, so we've got a clean spot. Does anybody else have any questions for this witness? I'm seeing head shakes no or nothing. Okay, is this witness released at this time?
Yeah.
All right, let's take a break. I just want to get a clean spot between witnesses. That way we're not returning.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
All right, we're back on the record in this matter. Council, just finished with your last witness, so call your next. And since we have taken a break, I was just reminder that all witnesses that are currently scheduled to testify have been sworn at this time.
Right.
Yes.
All right, Tyler, if you would just please state your name for the record.
My name is Tyler Towers.
And where do you currently reside?
I live in Benton.
Benton. And there's been testimony about a Savannah. Is she your girlfriend?
Yes.
And there was an incident involving you in July of 2023. Is that the same Savannah that
Yes.
is involved in that incident?
Yes, sir.
And are you both back together?
Yes.
And is the child, are you all living in your home?
Yes.
Okay. If you could, tell, I guess what I want to do is I want to go back briefly. When did you heard testimony about the date that you signed the certificate or signed that you, became a, pharmacist, is that correct? At the time, were you abusing alcohol?
No.
Okay. At that time, were you aware of the fact that you were suffering from PTSD?
No.
Okay. But you would agree with me during this time that you were suffering from the things that were listed in both the report that was provided by Red Hill and also by your therapist.
Correct.
Okay. And I'm going to highlight some of the stuff that was mentioned. That you were aggressive, defensive, emotionally, kind of neurotic, hostile at times, impulsive. Were those things about you? Were those things that you were going through prior to you becoming a pharmacist?
I don't agree with some of that stuff.
Okay, but what I'm asking you is when do you recall the time that you started suffering what you would start suffering from what you would call PTSD?
Probably after the divorce.
Okay, and when you say the divorce, we're not talking about a divorce with Savannah, are you?
No.
Okay,
My first and only marriage.
Okay, and when was that?
I got married December 31st, 2016, divorced, separated September of 21.
Okay. And then after that separation, is that when you started having some issues?
Correct.
Okay. And you were already a pharmacist by that time, were you not?
Yes, I graduated May of 21. The divorce happened September of that same year.
Prior to that, did you have any issues with alcohol?
Absolutely none.
Okay. Do you have any prior issues with marijuana?
No.
All right. At some point you started using alcohol, is that correct?
Correct.
Approximately what time or approximately how long before this incident that occurred in July of 2023 did you start using alcohol?
Shortly after the divorce, so probably sometime towards the end of 21.
All right. And after 2021, did you meet Savannah?
Yes, I met her in June of 2022.
Okay. Now, Savannah and you, when did you start drinking?
What do you mean?
When did you start drinking? When did you start using alcohol to abusing alcohol?
Like I said, sometime after the divorce towards the end of 2021.
All right. And then you met Savannah.
Correct.
And when she's going to ask you at the time that you were abusing alcohol, how much would you say that you were using at any given time?
Couple glasses.
Okay. And what couple glasses of what? Beer?
Vodka mostly.
All right. And did Savannah drink with you as well?
Correct.
And is that the reason why you two got in these fights and these altercations?
Yes.
You both were drinking.
Correct.
Now, since you stopped drinking, has Savannah also stopped drinking?
She has.
All right. And has, since that time, have you had any issues whatsoever?
None.
Okay. Your mom's here, correct?
Correct.
Your dad's here?
Mhm.
And you have a grandmother here?
Correct.
Are they been supportive of you during this period of time?
Throughout the whole thing. Correct.
Okay. Now, at some point after this incident occurred, you had a conversation with Dr. Kirtley, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were candid about everything, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then after that, you were given the option of doing a consent decree, and they talked about that earlier about doing a consent decree, correct?
Correct.
Was your concern about that consent decree is the fact that you'd have to indefinitely give up your license?
Yeah, so I was contacted and Dr. Kirtley told me, well, he asked what had happened. I told him, he's like, is alcohol involved? I'm like, at that time, yeah, it was. I do just want to say that I was on leave at this time. I wasn't working. And he was like, well, it sounds like you have an alcohol issue. You are a danger to yourself and others. So here's what we're going to do. You have the choice to voluntarily and definitely sign it away, or we're having a meeting tomorrow and I'm taking it from you anyways. Is what I was told. So then they sent over the paper that I was to sign. I sent it to my attorney and I was told not to voluntarily indefinitely suspend my own license.
So that was the reason why you made that decision. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you knew at that time that it really wasn't an alcohol issue, did you not?
Well, I mean, I had never tried to stop drinking because up until that point, it had never been a issue.
Okay. So then you sit down with Ms. Faulkner, is that correct?
Correct.
And you have 13 sessions in July of that year, right? Or July of that month, is that correct?
Sir.
And is that when she diagnosed you during that period of time with PTSD?
Yeah, at first, we didn't get a diagnosis for a while, but after meeting with me, numerous times, she was like, it sounds like this is leaning more toward PTSD than it is substance abuse or anxiety or anything else.
Since you've been receiving the care that you have for the PTSD, have you had the desire to drink?
Not a lick.
Not a lick. Okay. And so you feel that this treatment is keeping you away from alcohol, is that correct?
That and just learning my lesson. Yeah.
All right. And you went to this place that was recommended, right? Red Hill?
Yes, sir.
How much did it cost you to go there?
$3,520.
Did you have $3,520?
Absolutely not.
Okay. We make an agreement with regard to my fees, so you can go to that?
Yeah.
All right. And did you tell them while you were there that you had been diagnosed with PTSD?
I did not tell them.
Okay, but did you tell them that you were receiving care from Ms. Faulkner?
I did.
And did you ask that those records be shared or they at least contact her?
They did ask me to sign away a waiver that they could contact her if needed. Yes.
All right. And you're aware of her testimony where she contacted them?
Yes, I was aware.
All right. Now, this incident that occurred in a hotel room, you recall that incident?
I do.
Okay. Were you suffering from these type of feelings and emotions at that time?
For sure.
Okay. And did you understand at that time that you had PTSD?
No.
Okay. So
That was right after I got divorced, just going through a lot.
all right.
Residency. No, I was not aware of any PTSD at that time.
Okay. So you didn't understand what it is that was going on with you
Correct.
until you sat down with Ms. Faulkner and then everything clicked.
Correct.
Physically, how have you changed since the time 3 months ago?
Physically, I'm the best I've been. I feel the best I've been since I was 19, physically, emotionally, spiritually, just making good choices, doing the right thing. Just feel good.
Okay. If you had to sign a contract with the pharmacy board to get the necessary treatment with regard to your PTSD and also the alcoholism that obviously some of are concerned about, do you have any issues with doing that?
I do have issue with going to an extended inpatient. There is studies that show that long-term inpatient therapies can be detrimental and that AA is actually better. It's in the Cochrane database of systematic reviews. You're welcome to look it up. It was posted March of 2011. All that's in there. That was a meta-analysis of 137 different studies done. So I'm not saying that inpatient doesn't work, but for me at this time, I think it would be more detrimental. It would be more of a disciplinary action.
Dr. Kirtland talked about the fact that it costs $30,000 to go to that treatment facility. Is that correct?
That's for 30 days. 90 would be around 100 grand.
Okay. So if you go there for 60 days, it costs you 60 grand, correct?
That's what I was told.
And if you go there for 90 days, it's 90 grand,
I was told.
$1,000 a day. So you're willing to sign off on any, an outpatient treatment, is that correct?
Correct.
Drug screens
Drug screen.
and, continue your care with regard to PTSD for the next 2 or 3 years as recommended by Ms. Faulkner? Okay. And, you would like your pharmacy certification back, is that correct?
As soon as I can, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you have a stuttering issue, Mr. Tuttle?
Yeah.
All right. So that's the reason why you sometimes have an issue with regard to getting your words out, is that correct?
Right.
Have you always had that?
Since I was born.
All right, okay. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Cross-examination?
I do have some questions. Did you tell anybody at Red Hill that you had been diagnosed with PTSD?
I did not.
Okay. And you said I may have misheard you. You said you usually drink a couple of glasses of vodka?
Correct.
Is that what you told Red Hill?
That is.
So if the records reflect that, let's just say on the incident with the mother of your child, that you had drank a fifth of whiskey on that day?
Correct.
So that was more than 2 glasses of vodka?
Correct.
Okay. And you have been leaning on substances before these incidents of the PTSD from the divorce. Is that correct?
No, not.
You tell
alcohol.
Red Hill that your marijuana use during your marriage led to your divorce?
Never.
You didn't say that?
Nope.
And would you be surprised that I pulled that directly from their background on their records?
What do you mean? Well,
I
I guess
read
I'm
that
confused.
in your records, that you told them that the marijuana use
Right here.
was such a problem during your marriage that it led to your divorce.
I am aware that is in there, yes.
But you didn't tell them that?
I never said that.
You never said that?
I said it caused issues, but causing the divorce, no, there were.
You never said it
other
led
things.
to the divorce?
No.
Okay. And did you tell Red Hill that you drink a pint of vodka at night?
No,
And did you tell Red Hill that it was making you sometimes be aggressive?
sometimes it does, correct.
Okay, but not a pint, just 2 glasses of vodka will make you feel aggressive?
No, just whenever on weekends, holidays, if I ever go overboard, I have the tendency to say things I shouldn't say.
Okay. And did you tell Red Hill that during your evaluation, which was on August 29th, and 2 days after that you were unable to stop drinking on your own?
Never tried.
You never tried? Okay. And do you consider the AA meetings to be a form of treatment?
Correct.
And I've got the incident regarding the hotel. Was that was after your divorce, correct?
Correct.
And did you cause the damage in those pictures in the hotel?
Some of it, but there were other folks there too.
And what did you do exactly? The damage?
There was a remote through the television and a pen, ink pen exploded in the bathroom.
Okay. And the television was broken, correct?
Yes.
So you threw it pretty hard.
Well, I didn't throw it, but yes, it was broken.
Okay. So how did the television get broken? You didn't do that,
No,
but you threw a remote control at the television.
I never said that.
What did you do to cause damage in the hotel?
The ink in the bathroom.
Okay. The ink in the bathroom. You caused ink, or you caused a pen to explode,
I stepped on a pen and it exploded.
and you did that purposely?
Don't recall.
Okay. So there's other damage, and you can look at it. It's under tab 19. It looks to be a hole in the wall.
There's no hole.
Okay. What is that on picture 19A?
Hey, I can't see it. I don't know what it is.
Okay. And so where did this pin explode? That was on the wall 19C, I think. Does that reflect the pin exploding?
Yes.
And then 19F looks like, to me, it's hard to tell, but it looks like a lampshade was broken.
Yes, that looks like, yes, correct.
Okay. And then 19G is the broken television, but you didn't do that.
Lauren?
19G is a picture of the broken television, but you did not do that.
Correct. Somebody else there did.
And who did it?
Why does it matter? Doesn't,
Answer the question.
one of my buddies, one of my brother's friends.
And why didn't one of your brother's friends appear on the video surveillance from the hotel? They reviewed it and said you were the only one that entered the room until the time that you checked out.
But it's not the case.
Okay, you had other people in the room that your employer paid for that did damage to the room.
They didn't stay the night.
Okay, well, that's fine, but did they do damage to the room?
Correct.
And then why did you refuse to take a urinalysis test from your employer?
That was not the case. So after this incident happened, it happened on a Saturday. Got a call from my preceptor, met with him on Monday. And I was told at that time that I was being put on a leave of absence, to give him my keys, that they're going to talk about things. And I was never given the option of a drug screen or resign. I have no clue where that's from.
Well, I'll tell you, look at Exhibit 15. Did you have an email address, trtowers@uams.edu? Is that you?
Yes.
And is that an email from Baylor Guy
Yes.
to you?
Let's see.
It's your email address,
correct.
towers@ums.edu.
Uh-huh.
And he says the attached needs to be completed by 4 p.m.
Hmm.
Okay, and if you flip over the attached is a document that says e-passport that gives you instructions for taking a urinalysis test.
Correct.
You don't recall that?
I mean, I see it now, but I was never given that option whenever I was spoken to.
Okay,
it wasn't
but
like a
you
yes
gave-
or
You
this.
were given the option in the email.
Okay.
Because does the email, I'm not making this up. You look at it. Does that email tell you that the attached needs to be completed by 4 p.m.?
It does.
Okay, and the attached is instructions for you to go to MedExpress for a drug screen.
Correct. I had already decided on that time I wasn't gonna finish it.
You weren't gonna finish, you weren't gonna do the drug screen,
The residency.
the residency.
I was never aware of a drug screening until I was sent this.
Okay. So why did you terminate the residency?
Because I was going through a divorce and I was extremely behind on some of my research stuff that I had to do. There was no way that I was going to be able to finish it.
Okay, and in your resignation letter, in the beginning of the second paragraph, and that's under tab 16 on the second page, it says, I greatly apologize of any of my actions that may have tarnished the name of ExpressRx or UAMS. What actions were you referring to?
The hotel room.
You initially did not take responsibility for the hotel room, correct? Did you tell them other people?
I mean, I told them immediately what had occurred and they said, give me your keys. You're going on leave of absence. We will work with you to figure this out. And about a week had passed. And after thinking about it, I knew there was going to be no way I would be able to finish my research and my presentations that would be needed to be done. So I decided to resign at that time.
Okay, and you resigned, this letter says March 30th of 2022.
Sounds right. Yes, ma'am.
And by that time, was alcohol an issue for you?
I was drinking at that time. Yes.
And were you using marijuana twice a day as well? No?
Not at the
Were you
time.
using marijuana at all?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And you were after ExpressRx, where'd you go to work?
Walgreens and Hot Springs.
Okay. And were you drinking alcohol while you were working at Walgreens?
Not while I was working, no.
And after hours, were you drinking alcohol?
Sometimes, yes.
How much were you drinking?
Couple glasses,
Couple of glasses of,
vodka.
so when did it become excessive?
Weekends, holidays.
Know
special
what
occasions.
year?
Well, I mean, this was right after my NICU baby was born, so probably around then.
Okay. And at that time, I have also an affidavit from Camille Lilly. Do you know her?
I mean, I know, I've met her, yes, but I don't know her personally, no.
Has she been to your house that you stayed with Miss Shively?
Yes,
Okay. And she was a guest in your home in March of 23.
yes,
Okay. And did you drink alcohol during her stay?
probably so.
Did you drink as much as she calls it a handle of vodka?
Absolutely not.
You didn't drink a whole bottle of 1.75 liters of vodka during 3 days of her visit?
No,
And you didn't stay up and drink till 2:30 in the morning
no, ma'am.
and then go to work?
Well,
And she wouldn't observe your speech being slurred?
I'm not sure.
When you say you have a tendency to get aggressive during the times that you use alcohol, has Miss Shively been a victim, I guess, of some of this aggression?
I think it scares her. Other
And what
than
do
that,
you do that scares her?
raise my voice,
Okay,
say things I shouldn't say.
like what do you say that would scare her?
I'm not sure.
Do you threaten her?
No.
Do you threaten her family?
Oh. That's a whole story all in of itself. I would rather not speak on.
Well, no, I'm asking, have you threatened to harm her family to Miss Shively?
Maybe so.
Okay. And you're aware of the order of protection and the affidavit that she filled out?
That has been recanted.
Well, I'm not asking that, but you're aware of it.
Correct.
And you're aware of the allegations that she made in it?
Hmm.
Okay. And you're, I guess, denying that, and now you guys are back together?
Correct.
Has the police been called to your house since July 7th?
No, ma'am.
So you deny choking her, punching her, grabbing her wrist, pulling her hair?
Yes, that never occurred. Correct.
So why do you think Ms. Shively went to court, filled out this paper and lied about this situation with you?
She was scared
Why was she scared?
because I had just been arrested. Was afraid of DHS.
She was afraid of DHS. What do you mean by that?
Afraid she was going to lose our child.
Okay. So I'm assuming this ex parte order of protection is not in effect at this time then?
Correct.
How long have you guys been back together?
A little over a month.
And you said she drinks or she did drink as well?
She used to, correct.
And you have a baby with, I guess, special needs as well?
Correct.
Who takes care of the baby?
We do.
Okay. And what kind of special needs does the baby have?
Well, she was born at 24 weeks. She was 13 ounces when she was born, 8 inches long. So we've been told all kinds of stuff. She
Right now, what kind of problems does the baby have?
has difficulty feeding. We have to work hard to feed her. We have to feed her every 3 hours. We have to put special milk in there.
And how long has that been going on?
How long since she got home?
Okay. And so since she's been home though, you've been drinking alcohol to excess on at least once, if not more than one time
Maybe that one time. Yeah,
in July?
Yeah.
When you got arrested, the
Correct.
baby was there.
correct.
Okay. And so you feel, and you're telling the board members that with your AA, you have been able to maintain sobriety from alcohol and marijuana,
Correct.
only with AA. And then you've had 28 sessions since July with Ms. Faulkner.
I don't think it should be downplayed though. I mean,
No, I'm asking.
yes,
That's 28 sessions in AA, and you feel like you can go back to work.
absolutely.
And do you not feel at times when you work in a pharmacy that it's a stressful environment?
I think you can ask my coworkers. I'm the one there that brings everybody down. I'm the sense of peace that is there. So even though it is a stressful job, it's a demanding job. I'm really good at it.
And you have to take very, be mindful of all the details involved in that job, correct?
Absolutely.
And can you do that if you've drank as much alcohol and stopped at 2:30 that morning? You can get up and be ready to go?
I never drank till
You didn't?
2:30.
Okay.
And I think you can look on Walgreens stars. I have made maybe one error since I've been there.
Okay. So your objection to going through inpatient treatment is you feel like that would be a punishment?
I feel it is a punishment. I feel it would be detrimental to the progress I've already made being 96 days clean. It would also be a big financial burden that I cannot afford.
Okay. Now have the phone call that you made, that you had with Dr. Kirtley. And I can play it, but in the interest of time, I'll just ask you some questions at this point. Do not tell Dr. Kirtley that alcohol was a problem for you.
Well, I mean, shortly after that time, yes.
No, during the phone call, did you tell Dr. Kirtley?
I wasn't aware that it
Alcohol-
was even being recorded though.
Well, that's fine. It's legal to do that.
Okay.
But I'm asking you the contents of the phone call.
Okay.
During the phone call, did you tell Dr. Kirtley that the alcohol was a problem and you couldn't stop?
At certain times, yes.
Did you say at certain times?
I don't know exactly what I
Okay.
said.
And did you tell Dr. Kirtley that you had drank pretty much every day for the last 2.5 years?
Pretty much, yes.
And did you tell Dr. Kirtley that you would do whatever you needed to do to get some help?
Yes,
But as you sit here today, you have a caveat to that. You're willing to do everything, but you're not willing to go to inpatient treatment. Is that a fair statement?
correct.
Don't have for Dr. Towers.
Okay, does the board have questions for this witness? And then council, you'll get redirect.
I have one.
Proceed.
So almost everyone that has encountered you is not telling the records aren't accurate. Anything that anyone says about you is not accurate. Everything that anyone has brought up today, you come back with, that's not what happened. That's pretty weird to me.
I can't help that.
Questions?
Well, is there anybody else, any other questions from the board? Seeing as there are no other questions, council?
At the time that you, now, when you talked to Dr. Kirtley, you admitted that you drank every day, correct? And that you had at least 2 glasses every day. And then on weekends and on long days, that you actually went over that, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
All right, for 2.5 years.
Probably about
All right.
2.5 years.
So you accept the responsibility for all the drinking that you've done for the 2.5 years leading up to this. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
At the time, you did not have PTSD. You did not know you had, you're diagnosed with PTSD.
Correct.
And once you found out you were diagnosed with PTSD, the alcohol stopped.
Yes.
All right.
Amongst other reasons, but yes.
Okay. With regard to the records, Ms. Mack mentioned the fact that you didn't believe the records, correct?
Mhm.
But Red Hill Recovery didn't include any of the records from Ms. Faulkner in their diagnosis, is it?
No, and I only spoke with each person 15 minutes. So I don't know how a 15-minute conversation with 2 different individuals can turn into that.
But Ms. Mack was pointing out that all the records, you were complaining that some of the records were not accurate.
Right.
Ms. Faulkner didn't get any of her records included in this Red Hill Recovery, did they? And you signed a release for those medical records to be considered as part of that recovery. Is that correct?
Right.
All right. So you disagree with regard to what was in here, and so did Ms. Faulkner. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. But you admit that you do have PTSD, correct?
Yes.
And you do know that that is protected by the the Americans with Disabilities Act, do you not?
I am aware now.
Okay, I just made you aware of that, didn't I? Okay. And that's why you're here is because of the PTSD. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. And you have no alcohol issues. How old are you?
30.
30. And in your 30 years, you didn't have any alcohol issues until 2.5 years ago.
Right.
First time you ever had any alcohol issues. Is that correct?
Right.
And you have a therapist who's identified why it is that you have PTSD, correct?
Sure.
The board doesn't know about that, do they?
No.
But they're aware of all the facts and details after you told them about that for them to properly diagnose you with PTSD.
Right.
Did you have those same conversations with Red Hill Recovery that you had with Ms. Faulkner?
In a very shortened way, yes.
All right. So you spoke to 2 experts for 15 minutes each, and you spent 3 days there.
Correct.
All right, and they just fed you, is that right?
Yes.
And you paid $3,000 for the service.
Yeah. And I was actually told by the psychiatrist there, you wouldn't even be in this place if you weren't. So honest.
Okay.
I was told that.
All right. And they indicated to you, did they indicate to you they wanted 90 days out of you?
Mhm.
And they told you at that time it'd be $90,000, did they not?
Well, they didn't tell me other folks at the place. Told me it would be over $70,000.
All right. You went to anger management too, did you not?
Yeah.
As far as the statements from, there was a statement from Miss Camille Lilly.
Mhm.
She was there for what, 1 weekend?
A couple days, yeah.
Okay, but there's no statements from Miss Savannah in here, correct?
No.
So the board didn't want to ask any questions of her, correct?
It's not.
Okay. And Miss Jennifer Shively, that's the sister of, or the mother of Savannah Shively, correct?
Correct.
And she talks about an incident that occurred back in September of 2022, is that right?
Yes.
Is that when she was here
We were actually in Baton Rouge.
at a football game?
Right.
And you were drinking all day?
Maybe.
Okay, and was Savannah drinking too?
At that time, no.
All right.
We just found out that she was pregnant at that time.
Okay, all right. So she stopped drinking as a result of that.
Right.
Did you get angry down there?
Yes.
You slammed the RV door?
Yes.
Again, did not know what you were suffering from at that time, did you?
Well, I mean, I'll just be candid. The reason I did was because I saw her smoking and it made me angry.
Okay. All right.
But no, I did not know of a PTSD at that time. No, sir.
All right. Thank you. Not further.
Okay. Recross. Any other questions from the board? Seeing head shakes, no. Counsel, do you have anything else from your witness?
I just have one more witness, Tyler.
May he be released from the witness stand?
Yeah, he can, for sure.
Yeah, let's get the microphone down there. And this witness was sworn in at the outset of the proceedings.
She has.
Proceed when ready, counsel.
Thank you. If you could just please state your name for the record.
Christy Rosico,
And what is your relationship to Tyler Towers?
Tyler's mom.
Okay. He stated that he's 30 years old. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. He's not lying about that, is he?
He's not.
All right. The divorce, was that a big deal for Mr. Towers?
It was.
Okay. How did you see big changes in him from the time that divorce happened until July 7th when this incident occurred?
I did. It was kind of a sequence of events though. I mean, it was just, yeah, it was the divorce and then, just.
Some other tragedies in his life, is that correct?
Yeah. And it started some before that because he lost his brother and, there were a lot of different traumatic events, some things that had happened that just kind of snowballed.
Did he ever receive any treatment for that during that time?
No, he didn't. And, it's kind of like I've said before, he's a guy and, guys don't need therapists. And but now, he's seeking that therapy he needs. So, I feel like it.
That too-
Sometimes you have to get to the point that, you kind of hit bottoms, kind of what they say, and then you seek the treatment, you get the help you need.
Were you aware of his drinking in the last 2.5 years leading up to this?
I realized that he was drinking more.
Okay, but you weren't in the house every day to kind of feel what was going on during that time.
Correct.
During the days when you were with him or around him, with him and his Savannah and the child, were there any issues that you saw?
I mean, they'd fuss some, just like, wasn't any big deal though.
What I mean is that did you see him drunk with Savannah or with his child around?
No,
Okay, so that was something you didn't see.
right,
He kept that, he did that at home. Is that fair?
fair.
After hours? All right. Have you noticed a difference in him since he's been receiving this treatment from Ms. Faulkner?
Absolutely.
Tell me some of the changes that you've seen.
And I'm not just even saying change from the last 2 years. I'm saying change from the past 3 months. He's been better than he's been in 10 years, at least 10 years. And that's even, he wasn't drinking those, 8 years ago, whatever. It's just his mental, emotional, spiritual well-being is so, it's remarkable right now. It's been, he's taking care of himself. He's doing all the things that he's needed to do for, I guess, we lost your brother 10 years ago, I guess. And so he's taking care of himself right now. And he's always going to be, as far as his, he went through pharmacy school after all this happened. He did remarkable in pharmacy school. He's always done well at his job. I know all the situations have been brought up as far as the things that related to his anger. He went through anger management class. He did that on his own. But the anger was from the alcohol, he's had these different situations, but none of that had anything to do with his job. Whenever he was at work, he's at work and he's going to do his job to the best of his ability. Just like when he was in pharmacy school, he went to college to Washita Baptist and full football and academic scholarship, did his very best, then went to pharmacy school. He's going to do his very best that he can do. And when he's working, he's going to do the very best he can do. Alcohol did not affect his job. And so the thing is that had John Kirtley not been told by whoever he was told by with that little Facebook thing, and then Ty not said, basically this situation was related to alcohol, we wouldn't be here right now because he would still be doing his job at the pharmacy, just like he had always been doing his job at the pharmacy. It would not have affected his job. I'm thankful that what happened because it caused him to be where we are right now. And it's caused him he's been saved. He's clean. And I can guarantee y'all, we come back here in a year, we sit around here right now, I can tell you, he will not have had a drop. Guarantee you, I know my son. I could take my phone, and I wish I could, and show y'all a picture of him 96 days ago and a picture of him right now. He's been in the gym every day. He looks like a totally different person. And it's not a gym just to make him look better. It's a spiritual, emotional, mental well-being. He's a totally different person. And I'm just here to tell you, he's a dang good man. He's a dang good pharmacist. He would not mess up. I mean, what he did has nothing to do with his job and the character of the person he is. And like I said, had that night not happened and had John Kirtley not gotten word of that instance, he would still be working and he still would not have an issue. But as I said, glad it did. because I'm glad we're sitting here right now and he's the person he is today and not the person he was 96 days ago. But 90 days of inpatient right now would be totally useless to him because he is the most strong-willed person I've ever seen. He puts his mind to something and he's going to do it. He didn't need AA. All he needed was his mind to say, I'm not drinking another drop. And he's not drinking another drop. He did nothing to detox. He needed no medicine. He did nothing. He quit drinking. He said, I'm not drinking another drop, and he did not drink another drop. When he was going through high school and college, he didn't even put a Coca-Cola in his mouth, much less a beer or alcohol, because he wasn't putting anything bad in his mouth. Wouldn't put anything, because he wasn't doing that to his body. This is the kind of man he is. He's not the kind of man he's been the past 2.5 years. Guarantee you. All I'm asking you is to please hear me out and know that the kind of man that I'm describing to you, and I'm not describing it to you because I'm his mother. I'm a professional myself. I'm the director of nursing. I'm an RN. I run a nursing home, and I've done that for 27 years now. I'm not going to try to tell you, I don't want him hurting any patient, just like I'm not going to hurt any patient, and I'm not going to hire anybody to hurt a patient. Guarantee you, he's going to go to Walgreens and he's going to take care of his people. Speaking of that, they still got his job for him. And another thing on that note, he didn't immediately lose his license because, they didn't have the hearing the next day or whatever. It was a week and a half, 10 days, whatever. So his boss said, as long as you have a license, you have a job. So, but before he could go to work, because of the incident, they did an internal investigation because he had been there 18 months or however long he'd been. So they did an internal investigation of his job performance that he had at Walgreens, and nothing was found. No negative findings basically for his job performance there. So because of that, then he was able to go to work, and he worked every day that they needed him up until he got word that they'd had the board meeting and that his license had been suspended. So, so he worked every day then until, like I said, until they were suspended. And but now he still has his job, and the Walgreens has been contacting him about every other week just to say, what's the status? What's the status? So, so he still has a job.
And no further. Cross-examination, counsel?
Just one question. When your son talked to Dr. Kirtley, he said that he had drank every day for 2.5 years. Did you know that to be true?
I knew he drank a lot.
What do you call a lot?
I figured he probably drank at least 4 or 5 days a week.
Okay. And were you aware that he told Dr. Kirtley that he tried to stop every day for months and couldn't do it and needed help? Were you aware that he had that going on at the time? No? Okay. And I think the last date that we have, we're sitting here in the month of October, and the last day that even Dr. Towers admits to having any alcohol or substances in the 1st of July. So that this transformation has happened very, very quickly.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. That's all I have.
Board have any questions for this witness?
Not for this witness. I do have a question for Ms. Vales, maybe even Dr. Kirtley at the appropriate time.
Okay.
Oh, can I say one more thing?
Go through your attorney.
Yeah, just let's make sure the board has no other questions, then I'll redirect it, or I'll send it back to council for redirect. Anything? Routine head shakes, no. Council,
Yeah, very brief. I just would, and I know y'all can't answer this. It's just a question that I would have as far as the pharmacists who have been through the 3-month inpatient. I just wondered that are alcohol related issues, if the alcohol actually affected their job, whereas Haas did not affect his job. So I know I can't get that answer. I just wondered the difference because alcohol has totally not affected his job.
So what you're saying is Dr. Kirtley had mentioned 2 other pharmacists. Is that correct?
Right.
And Dr. Kirtley mentioned that those 2 pharmacists had actually been in some drug treatment or some alcohol treatment,
Well, no, that they had the 3-month inpatient.
the inpatient.
Right, and so-
So you're saying that you're wondering as to whether those facts are distinguishable from Tyler's case and the fact that he didn't have any hiccups at work.
Right, exactly. That the alcohol did not affect his job. Did the ones that had to have the inpatient, did they affect, the alcohol affect their job? So anyway.
Nothing further.
council. Okay. Anything else from the board? In blank stares and head shakes, so no. Council, do you have any other witnesses? Do you rest your case at this time?
I do.
Council, do you have a rebuttal or closing?
I have closing.
Okay.
I could go ahead.
Okay.
I asked, or did you have a question?
Well, I did. I was waiting for the most appropriate term.
Sorry, let's ask your question and I'll figure out procedurally how it's got to be addressed.
Well, I had a question about the Arkansas Pharmacist Support Group and what their criteria would be. Will they accept someone into the program without an inpatient evaluation? That's my question. Or have they historically, do we have people that are currently under contract or past contracts where there was not an inpatient evaluation, but they were engaged with the support group from a monitoring and rehabilitation standpoint?
Can you answer the question?
I can answer that.
Okay. Reminder, just you were under oath before, you're still under oath again.
Yes, sir. Thank you. In general, we have had people that did not do an inpatient evaluation because they knew that they had an addictive disease and went straight into some form of treatment. In 20 years, I've only seen a couple of people who did not do the specific treatment indicated by an evaluation. In one instance, it was because the person was actually, as I recall, acting as a federal witness in a murder trial and was unable to go to do it. And they did other intensive inpatient or outpatient, and I believe some inpatient treatment. And it was an extended period of time of treatment rather than the shorter period of time of 90 days or anything. In that instance, that did not involve alcohol. It did involve other drugs. And I want to say it took that person 2 or 3 years to get back to potential practice with the Board of Pharmacy. I'm aware of one other case, and I believe it took 9 or 10 years.
And does the support group have an inpatient treatment as a requirement to engage with them?
No, they do not. They do not have a specific inpatient requirement for treatment. What they are generally looking at is with their approach that was approved through the Board of Pharmacy in the past is getting an intensive inpatient evaluation and wanting to see a following of those recommendations.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to allow, just because we've opened it back up to questions, I'm going to allow if council has any questions directly on point to what was asked. Seeing heads shake, no. Okay. Does the board have anything else? Does the board need anything else from this witness? Okay. Seeing head shakes, no. Going to allow the witness to stand down. Council, do you have closing?
I do. I would just ask board members to weigh the evidence in front of you today. We have Dr. Towers, who at first conversation with Dr. Kirtley admitted that he needed help, that he couldn't stop on his own, that he'd been drinking every day for 2.5 years. He eventually went and got an evaluation at Red Hill, an approved facility that deals with medical professionals. And if he talked to two people, I don't know, but they observed him for three days and determined that he was not fit to practice as a pharmacist. On the other hand, Dr. Towers submits that he has a counselor that he's seen 28 times since July, for sessions, although he would submit that he's been sober for 90 days. We don't have any documentation of that. There's been no drug screens. Ms. Faulkner, although I'm sure she does help a lot of people, is not equipped to treat all of Dr. Towers' problems, alcohol being one of them. And I think you all know better than anyone else in the room that what you do after work can affect you when you're at work, whether you got a good night's sleep, whether you're eating junk food all day. I submit that alcohol, whether you're doing it on the weekends or at night, is going to affect him at work. Marijuana use is going to affect him at work. And this is a job that requires attention to detail. And I submit that the physicians at Red Hill are correct when they say that Dr. Towers is not fit to practice pharmacy. And I would ask that the board make that finding, that Dr. Towers enter the program to get residential treatment to treat these issues that could affect his ability to take care of the patients that he has, and that he go through the monitoring program just like we do with most everyone that comes in front of the board with this problem. I don't think we should make an exception for Dr. Towers. I don't think he's presented himself in a way that he has true insight into what his issues are. He's denying things that are in the records. So I don't know that we can trust that he can sort of white knuckle his way through this situation and just maintain his sobriety. And that would be good enough for him to go ahead and practice and treat his patients. So I submit to you that Dr. Towers should be treated like every other person that we've had in front of the board and go through the inpatient process and come back with the support of the pharmacy support group so the board members can trust that he can actually go back to practice. At this point, we are not there yet.
Closing argument, counsel.
Thank you. Trust. We are all here making a decision based upon a report provided from Red Hill Recovery. Those doctors, those professionals did not have all of the information that was necessary for them to make an appropriate diagnosis of what was going on with Mr. Towers. They had Ms. Faulkner call up there and say, hey, he's got PTSD. They had my client sign a release so that those records can be obtained. Okay, he has PTSD. What does this pharmacy board do with someone who's been diagnosed with PTSD? What types of treatments are in, what type of treatments are in place? What type of therapy are you going to make sure that he has with regard to PTSD? Those are the types of things that boards do and are supposed to do for the people that work for them and for the people that are under those boards and getting those certifications. I understand the concern, but there's been no evidence whatsoever that his job was impacted, that he had any negative impact while he was at work. There's no reports of him being under the influence while he's at work. Those things would be quite compelling. What he's done is he's come in here and he's admitted to you that each and every one of those days he drank for 2.5 years. That's quite an admission. He didn't say I skipped a day or only 3 or 4 days a week or whatever else. He was candid with you and he said every single day. And when he said something wasn't true, I'm hoping that you would believe him because he's been candid regarding things that he does not necessarily have to be candid about. He was candid about when he started these issues and when he started suffering and having this trauma. If you're any experts at all with regard to drinking, people who are alcoholics, they start drinking years and years later. He had a PTSD issue that was not diagnosed. There's not any medical professional who is licensed as a doctor, who is going to ignore a PTSD diagnosis when they start. So really what should be done if you want to do it the right way is to have him evaluated for PTSD or have him evaluated where the experts are aware of the particular diagnosis before they disregard it. They had an expert call up and say he has PTSD. They didn't do anything about it. They excluded it out of the report. And then it gets you all thinking he just has an alcohol problem. So you have Ms. Newsom asking, well, how's he going to address the alcohol problem? We have other folks asking about what we're going to do about addressing the alcohol problem. He is addressing the alcohol problem by going to the doctor to address the PTSD so he does not actively try to fix the problem with illicit drugs. And since the problem is being addressed and since he knows what's going on, he's been clean. Alcoholics don't do that. They can't get off. Yeah, I don't disagree that he probably told Dr. Kirkland, I can't stop. Because he didn't recognize at that time he had PTSD and how to stop it and what therapists. And so when he checked in with Ms. Faulkner, he was starting to figure it out. Couldn't stop alcohol, but when he sits down with Ms. Faulkner, all of a sudden he can stop. That's pretty powerful stuff. That tells me maybe they're onto something. So if you're going to get them evaluated, do it properly. But you can't sit there and accept a report from doctors who didn't even consider the PTSD, which is covered by the Americans with Disabilities Act. Okay, that's the diagnosis. So get them evaluated with PTSD, let them know about it, all the records are in, and then get them evaluated and then see what those doctors come back and say. I guarantee they're not going to sit there and say alcohol use disorder because they can't, because he's been clean for 96 days. So they can't even put that in their recommendations because the DSM-5 wouldn't let him because he's been clean for 3 months. So doesn't even have this disorder. So I'm asking that one, if you're going to go off that report, you better get him reevaluated because he has PTSD. And I will do something if you all do decide not to acknowledge that he has PTSD. Because that was not addressed. He got addressed for alcohol. He's being punished for alcohol. He's not being helped for his mental disease or defect, which he has been diagnosed with. So he's willing to sign an agreement where he will get drug tested and alcohol tested whenever you want, every day if you want to, before work starts. He'll sign an agreement that he'll continue going to see Ms. Faulkner until you decide you don't want him to anymore. That's how long he's willing to do it because it's been beneficial to him. And he would like his job back because he has not been drinking alcohol for the last 90 days. He does not have an alcohol problem. He has a PTSD problem, but he's agreeing to go into outpatient treatment to get that issue addressed as well. And then we can come back here in 30 days or 60 days or 90 days and we can monitor it. But there are things that can be put in place that are least restrictive that will allow him to have his job back and will allow you to get the answers that you need. But you can't sit there and base a decision on a doctor who decided they weren't going to go ahead and consider a PTSD diagnosis. That's insane.
Quickly. I just want to correct Mr. Binka. The board's charge here today is to protect the patients. It's not to necessarily help Mr. or Dr. Towers. You can order him to hopefully get some help, but your charge here today is to protect the patients. And I submit to you that if you do that, you will not let Dr. Towers go back to practice at this point until he goes through a full evaluation, whether he feels it's necessary or not. That is your charge here today. It's to focus on the patients.
At this time, we'll go off the record for the board's recess for deliberation regarding finding the fact and conclusions of law and or any penalties to be handed down. Once the board reaches a decision, we'll go back on the record. Or you'll need to take a quick restroom break.
We don't need a break.
Okay. Then we're off the record for deliberations.
Okay, so I think in this scenario, if it's okay with you guys, we'll just go around. And Harold, is it okay if I start with you?
Thank you.
Just want to remind everyone, please turn your mics on as well. No, I can hear you, but just for the benefit of the. Okay. Thank you, sir. Dr. Davenport.
So I would say that I agree. There's not enough evidence of anything. I don't disagree with the PTSD and maybe even like reevaluation. I think that's valid. I've had some familiarity with working with PTSD, and there are like different stipulations when alcohol use is secondary to PTSD. I think that warrants, further digging, but I don't know how to make a decision based off of, there's just a lot of mismatched he said, she said, and I don't know how to sort through what is supposed to be considered accurate.
Thank you. Dr. Richmond.
Basically, I agree with what Dr. Davenport said. We're not here in the position to make a determination as to who's believable and how much of this is an alcohol or marijuana issue, or how much of this is PTSD, or are they both inseparably connected? But what we need is some definitive gathering of the minds that says this is where Dr. Towers resides. Here's his problem. Here's the treatment that he needs. And we don't have that. The only way that we can make a decision as to whether he's fit for duty as to work as a pharmacist to protect the citizens of the state of Arkansas, we don't have the information that we can rely on. So at this point, that has to happen. And so I can't see a way of raising the suspension at this time.
Okay. Dr. Mike.
I agree with all that. It's potentially in the 30-day inpatient, they'll uncover all the issues, but he's only been for an evaluation. So I don't see anything that makes me feel comfortable to let him practice based on what we've been provided.
Dr. Newsom.
I don't see where we have enough evidence to go forward because we don't have the proper tools to issue a verdict. We need that evaluation from the professionals that we know can give a good evaluation so we can get a proper diagnosis. I don't think we have a proper diagnosis.
Dr. Boone.
I would agree. I think that at this point, we need more information. Haven't seen anything that's changed from where we were previously. Encourage that moving forward.
So I have a question. Comments appear to be pretty consistent. One of the things that's been brought up is they don't feel like the PTSD was taken into account during the evaluation by Red Hill or Palmetto. So in terms of thinking about a motion or what our action is going to be, would getting another evaluation from an approved, I'm not talking about an intensive inpatient evaluation, I'm talking about initial evaluation from another approved facility that would take the PTSD diagnosis in account, be something we would want to consider offering. Okay. I can't, I have to rely on, like you guys, and I have to rely on what the professionals say. And, you know, I know we've had conflicting testimony here, but our standard process is to rely on that evaluation to determine next steps.
I think, as I understand it, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but we're here today to determine whether the emergency suspension should be lifted. I don't think we're being asked under what circumstances could change in the future that would allow us to lift it. I think those circumstances may come up and we'll need to be asked to do that.
Can I say something? Fair enough. Oh.
Hey, go see this provider, go see that provider. If the concern is the Palmetto or if the concern is that the treatment programs that the board recommends are not equipped or not looking at PTSD, and if the counselor that he sees is not equipped to treat substance abuse disorder, then it needs to be a medical evaluation from somebody who has the full capabilities of seeing that breadth of mental health issues. And again, it seems to be that one was tied to the other. So that would seem to be the only way to go forward, but it's not our place to say, go here or go there. It's just that that's what we need in order to be able to make a determination.
But were we presented with any evidence for like his work record? Because I think that's one of the arguments is that his work hasn't been affected. But I'm just curious if I missed evidence to that.
I don't recall.
But no issues regarding his work record.
But did we see evidence of that is my question.
Do we see evidence that it has not been affected?
Right, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
We usually deal with the problem, not how glowing their past has been. Because, not that we don't consider it, and it's wonderful if he's doing great at work, but all our issue is only what we are here to do is to protect the citizens of Arkansas.
I guess I thought that.
And if, you know, all the stuff we do have that we believe is an issue, until a medical professional says, okay, he really doesn't have that issue, he can go be treated here and he doesn't need to go past 30 days of inpatient, then we would go with that. But right now, all we have is a document that says he should go into inpatient. So it's very hard for us to just disregard that.
Ever been an instance where somebody disagreed with that evaluation on second opinion?
We'd probably have to ask Dr. Kirtley if he recalls one of those, but, I mean,
Closing arguments. Add that as one. Recommendation.
but it would be one of the 4 approved, or we probably wouldn't overrule. Just
I think that I would say, just hypothetically, if I had a document in front of me from one of the approved treatment centers that said that treatment of his PTSD will prevent abuse of alcohol, which is basically what I was hearing today, then I would be prone to accept that, but we don't have that today.
Well, and I think that's my point. We're having a hearing today to lift the summary suspension. It's the obligation of the practitioner to come in with evidence on why. And that would include something like another review that would, a comprehensive review that would say that this is the problem and how it should be dealt with. We don't have that.
What I'm hearing you say, Harold, is potentially the motion today for the board would be to maintain the suspension.
Yes, exactly.
Or not maintain the suspension.
I think
And
that's
that's
what's
the
in
only
front of us.
decision that we have in front of us.
Right.
And we all agree.
Okay.
But so the parties know, they understand what it is that we would need in order to revisit that again in the future at whatever point, however soon that would need to be.
And if that's not going to be a part of our motion, though, would we just defer to board staff to provide them with that direction?
Well, it's just that we're having open conversation here in front of all the parties, and
Yes.
so that way it's understood.
Right.
Yeah, but it doesn't change the motion.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think we need to be clear that any discussion like that is not an advisory opinion that would be binding or any way on us. I mean, it would be simply a discussion of what our views are.
And I think we would all agree, especially Dr. Newsom, Dr. Mack. I mean, there's been a lot of success stories over the years with similar situations. In my shorter time and years, we've seen those, right? So while our charge is to protect the public, we've also seen the success going through the pathways that have been recommended by the board in the past. And so it would be a misinterpretation to think that we don't want to see a successful outcome here. We've just got to have the appropriate procedures in place in order to make that assessment. So that's, I would have to ask counsel. I don't know. Don't know. We can go back on record to ask that question. Yeah. Okay. Mr. Jackson, we'd like to go back on record. I think there were a couple of maybe follow-up legal questions that a couple of people may have had.
You said, okay, while the board was deliberating, there were some legal questions that came up that you need to ask counsel. Is that my understanding?
Yes, sir.
Okay, ask your question of counsel for the board, your legal question.
So there was significant reference to ADA and issues along in line with PTSD versus alcohol being the primary diagnosis. I'm just wondering if that's anything that we need to have in consideration today.
And I think, I'm not sure at this point you can, if you're definitively saying the issue is PTSD, then that's one thing, but we have alcohol and the preponderance of evidence, in my opinion, points to an alcohol issue with regard to the records that you have in front of you today. Yeah, PTSD, I mean, I'd have to look it up. There are thousands of diagnoses that would fall under the Americans with Disability Act. If Mr. Rinkus says that's one of them, I believe him. It's an issue for, if he goes back to work for Walgreens, it's definitely an issue for them to accommodate maybe him not having to take leave and go to his treatment or that kind of thing. But for your purposes today, I'm not sure it plays that much into your decision.
Thank you.
Was there another legal, you said question, so was there a second?
Okay.
So during Mr. Binka's closing remarks, he said that if they were to get another evaluation where that diagnosis was included and the information was there, that might change the circumstances. Has anybody ever disagreed with the first opinion and gotten a second opinion?
I'll let Dr. Kirtley answer that.
Oh, hang on. We would have to reopen evidence. Are the parties in agreement to reopen the record for evidence? Yeah. Counsel?
Yes.
Okay. He said no objection. I was looking at you.
Yes. Thinking out loud.
Okay, we are procedural posture. We are reopening the record for the purpose of taking additional testimony. Congratulations on your promotion. Actually, and you also asked the question, so congratulations on your promotion too. It's been a long day, guys.
I've heard the question, if that's
yes.
helpful. So having heard the question, I have seen people get multiple evaluations, looking for specific nuances. I have seen as many as 3 evaluations one time in nearly 20 years with the board. In that instance, there was a period of time and other work that had been done. And there was one diagnosis where it appeared to be a specific addictive disease issue. And there were two subsequent diagnoses, all from these 4 centers, that showed some other things, because I think that in the first one, I don't know the person was completely forthright with everything that was going on. And so it led to one diagnosis. And then I think learning from that and probably having some introspection and being more open at future diagnoses or different sessions, it did open up some other realms to show there was a different psychiatric disorder rather than just substance abuse. But that's been probably 15 years ago now. It was an old building, I can tell you that. But we have had instances where people wanted a secondary diagnosis or inpatient evaluation from another center to clarify. And if there was a specific request to look at something specific with that, I believe that would be done.
Does that answer the question? Okay, I'm going to go back off the record, I guess, for the board to finish their deliberations.
I can't say anything anymore.
Back off the record. Any additional discussion, or are we ready to make a motion?
An opportunity to bring back up.
Just in case comes to mind. Patient that was a department, they would see the pharmacy. Reported it, he ends up telling us that he toxic because he needed a report. And it was found that he was diverted. In that diversity of evaluation. Something later, it turned out. But I do think it's important that we've got an opinion, that you got to get a reconciliation of that medical opinion.
I'm anticipating a motion of maintaining the current suspension. Sir, okay. Are we ready to go back on the record for a motion?
We are back on the record in this matter. I'm going to turn it over to the chair for finding the fact, conclusions of law, et cetera.
I'd like to entertain a motion in the matter of Dr. Towers. Okay.
In the matter of Tyler Towers, case number 2023-090. The board finds that the allegations in the order and notice of hearing A1 through A14 have been proved. And takes the action of denying the appeal of the emergency suspension.
Okay. So we have a motion. I don't know if it officially has to be done, but would you amend to include charges 1 through 4?
Yes, that's fine. Yes.
Okay. So we have a motion by Mr. Simpson. Do we have a second? Have a second by Dr. Newsom. Any additional discussion? Okay. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Let the record reflect that the board's decision is unanimous. Counsel for the board, if you can reduce it to writing and make service upon Mr. Towers and Mr. Binka, respondent, if you care to appeal a decision, appeal can be taken under any specific provisions relating to this board under the Administrative Procedures Act. excuse me, under this board or under the Administrative Procedures Act found in Arkansas Code annotated 2515-201 et sec.
Can I ask a question?
That was going to be my next thing. If there are any other questions.
Yeah, I have a question. Obviously, you all had, with regard to the report, the Red River report was not based upon information with regard to the PTSD. I know that you had your deliberations discussed that fact, the fact that there was the PTSD and that the report may not have been fully. What options does he have with regard to getting that reassessment with the proper?
I want to clarify one thing. That was not our judgment. That was based on your argument. I think what we were saying was you guys felt that their diagnosis was not based on PTSD. It wasn't
No,
our
what I was saying
judgment.
is their diagnosis did not include all of the medical information that was provided by Mr. Warner. And
Yeah.
they did not include all the information that he was going on. So your decision is based upon a report that did not consider all the information.
Not really true. What our decision is based on is that report, which your concern is the therapist evaluation that PTSD.
Right.
And that was absent of any drug testing or anything else. All we're saying is if the argument is that it's PTSD and any substance use is related to that, we need a full medical evaluation that addresses collectively all of that.
And then I can bring it back in front of the board. That's what I'm saying. Are you talking about one of those institutions?
I just want to object a little bit. It feels like Mr. Rink is arguing with the decision.
No,
And
no, no, no.
It can be, you can do that. We're still on the record. You can obviously do that and we can do that in circuit court. I think for clarification, so the board is suspending Dr. Towers' license and is willing to revisit this issue at some time when Dr. Towers can get some sort of new information or new evaluation.
Without specific instruction of what that.
But the board ain't gonna order that new evaluation.
No, we did not make that part of our motion. No, but we did not revoke his license. We only maintained the suspension.
Correct.
And I think there is a distinction there.
Yeah, there is a distinction. I agree with that. Yeah.
And then since we're past the emergency stage, we already did that. So this wouldn't be an emergency suspension. You're just maintaining the suspension.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
That's how, to be fair, that's how I understood it.
Okay. Thank you.
Very good. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, let y'all, we're gonna, unless there's any other issue,
Yeah,
questions, comments.
I think we are done. What Ashley and I are going to try to do real quickly is we do have a bunch of texts that did show up. We did not anticipate this hearing taking more than about an hour and a half.
The record's closed in this matter. That's what I was arranging for this. Yes. Let me close it out before y'all make the announcement there.
I got them all.
Okay, so what we're going to try to do
Thank you.
is see if they will use this as an informal interaction with the board, which will move us along much faster. I can orient all 6 of them and get straight into a conversation because I don't know that it's going to make a lot of difference whether we do a full official procedure or not for your decision. You know, their appeals of staff denial, not from informal staff denial. So that can move us along in probably an hour rather than 3. Because he's got to go get his car anyway. So if you guys want to take a 5-minute break, then we'll come back and I think we're done with you. I believe so, because our hearing officer, I think, is leaving.
Well, I don't know if. Everybody, it looks like everybody's opting for getting formal. Yes.
Anybody need a drink or cookies? I think we checked them all, Brenda. I think we checked them all. He's welcome to come with you. He's been here.
These are the exhibits, but we're just gonna talk. That green is that you're on and they. Ready?
Yep.
Okay.
We're in an informal. We have a different chair here, John, or do we just?
I'll sit over here.
Okay, no.
No, for the meeting.
Chairperson.
for the
Were you doing
informal.
it effective or-
It's an official board meeting, so you can treat it informally.
Okay,
Um,
we're ready.
for the record, we have discussed, Dr. Kirtley and I, with all the next, 6 cases in front of you, and they have all agreed to handle this informally. So there'll be no need to go through the order notice of hearing and make findings on the allegations. And Ms. Phipps, for the record, you've agreed to an informally take care of this hearing today?
Yes.
Okay. So with that, I'm just going to tell you why staff denied Ms. Phipps' application. She submitted an application and there was some disqualifying criminal history. She didn't disclose any arrests or any previous criminal offenses, but on May of 2013, she had an arrest for endangering the welfare of a minor in the 2nd degree and assault on a family or household member in the 3rd degree. Both of those were misdemeanors. She pled guilty to those and was sentenced to fine, anger management, and 1 day credit for jail. So staff, due to the nature of that offense involving violence, we didn't feel that we could approve her application. So that's what brings Ms. Phipps here today.
This was 10 years ago. You said 2013.
2013.
Okay. So briefly, in your own words, tell us about the incident.
At that time, we lived a very different lifestyle at that time, and we were very young and stupid, and we used to fight all the time, which was very inappropriate. And my husband and I had got into an altercation and I had threw something across the room and it had bounced and ended up hitting one of our children. And the police were called and then it resulted in an arrest and court, proceedings.
Why did you mark no on your application?
Was told at the time, I had an attorney,
Mhm.
and I was told at the time, because it was taken under advisement, that it would never show up on, no one would ever know about it. And then the court wouldn't disclose it to anybody but me and my lawyer. It had never come up, and I worked in daycares and it had never come up. So I assumed that that was true, that it was like essentially gone, but it wasn't.
Okay. And why do you want to be a pharmacy tech?
I'm a store manager for Walgreens. It is required as a requirement of my job. I do enjoy working in pharmacy. I am limited in what I can do, but I enjoy, taking care of the patients and customer service. It's just what I've done for a while. I've done retail management and I enjoy that work field.
They want you to get your tech permit so you can cover in the pharmacy if
Yes.
needed. Okay.
And she has a letter from Walgreens district manager.
Yes. Wayne Box.
Yes.
Okay. Any additional questions for this applicant from any of the board members?
I like this.
Okay. Okay. We have a motion.
Okay, in the matter of Sylvia Phipps, pharmacy technician applicant, in case number 2023-109, I would like to approve her application for becoming a pharmacy technician in the state of Arkansas.
Okay. All right. A motion and a second. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimous. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We'll hold on just a second. We're gonna walk you back up front.
Sorry for your wait.
No, it's fine. I assumed it was going to be long, but
I've seen you out there. You've been in my direct line. So I know you've been out there a long time. So
Yeah, and be careful going back home. Y'all driving back tonight?
yeah, we're driving back.
Okay, be careful.
Thank you. Thank you. You guys have a good night.
Next one up is Connolly.
Connolly?
Okay.
been out there a while. Thanks for your patience.
No problem.
With regard to Mr. Conley,
You want to tell the board who you are? Introduce yourself.
I'm Sean Conley.
You guys should have him under number 10.
With regard to Mr. Conley, staff denied his application based on some disqualifying criminal history. He was arrested for domestic battery and a misdemeanor due to a verbal altercation with his spouse. Mr. Conley reports he left the home. The spouse called the police to report that he had caused bruising to his face and neck. And when they went to court, Mr. Conley was placed on kind of probation for 12 months. And if there were no other violations, his case would be dismissed. And it was dismissed a year later from the incident in 2022. And the documents you have in front of you, I believe, reflect that that case has now been sealed. And he did disclose that arrest to us.
Just briefly in your own words, can you tell us about the incident? There's just one incident, correct? The domestic battery. Okay.
the day that that incident occurred, my spouse, had been partaking of illegal drugs and alcohol and wanted my debit card to go get more alcohol. I denied him and I left the house. The police were called. He has bruising on his face all the time and he did that to his own throat and they assumed that I did it. No one had told me why I was being arrested until I was at jail, sitting in the room for 3 or 4 hours and they finally said, "You're arrested for this." I'm like, did not happen. So when we went to court, that's when he admitted that what's the word I'm looking for? The statement that he made was false. So that's why they gave me the 12 months without any more incidents and then it would be dismissed.
Okay. You have no other issues criminally prior to this or since?
No, sir.
Why do you want to be a pharmacy technician?
I've always wanted to be in the medical field. I grew up with my mom being an LPN. I went to a nursing home with her all the time, helping her with patients. I can't do blood. So I went into the pharmacy field. I actually wanted to be a pharmacist, but chemistry was too hard for me. So I went to Remington College, graduated top of my class there, and I've enjoyed pharmacy ever since.
So do you have your PTCB certification?
I have lost it since this occurred. I did not continue up with it.
Yeah.
It was a reinstatement application.
Okay.
So
Okay.
you've been a technician before?
Yes,
but it's
for
been
several years, yes.
Okay. Any additional questions from any board members? Ms. Applicant?
I have no questions. But for the record, Mr. Conley, when we discussed outside, you agreed to take care of this hearing in an informal process?
Yes, ma'am.
Would anyone like to make a motion regarding Mr. Conley's application for reinstatement as a pharmacy
will.
technician? Okay.
Okay, in the matter of the reinstatement of Sean Conley, case number 2023-118. I'd like to say that we will reinstate his pharmacy technician application.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second? Have a second by Mr. Simpson. Any further discussion? If not, for those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
I think I heard Gilbert. Am I going in the right order, Ms. Vales? Am I stepping on your toes? And okay.
You're good.
Gilbert?
Hello.
I'd just like to ask Ms. Gilbert, Dr. Kirtley and I went out and discussed the possible 2 ways we can conduct this hearing, and you agreed to conduct this hearing in an informal manner.
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. So with regard to Ms. Gilbert, staff has denied her application due to a disqualifying criminal history. She failed to disclose that she'd been found in any civil, administrative, or criminal proceeding to possess, use, distribute, or controlled substance or prescription drugs in any form, and failed to disclose that she violated any state or federal or local drug law. On or about November 21st, 2012, she was charged with delivery of a controlled substance. That charge was null prost after she entered into a drug treatment program, and she ended up pleading guilty to a lesser charge of possession of a controlled substance that was a misdemeanor. She was sentenced to 12 months probation, and she successfully completed that program or that probation. And her charges were expunged in 2017.
She did tell us that she'd had an expunged. She checked yes.
Ms. Vales, anything related to the charge or the conviction that would require the DEA waiver process to work in a pharmacy?
No, because she had that, my understanding is because she had that reduced to a misdemeanor, that it generally would not be a specific waiver issue.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Tell us in your own words about the issues that occurred.
Like from when I
related to
first
your
got in trouble.
charge. Yeah,
Okay, so basically I got in trouble. I got caught selling to a CID.
What was it?
It was prescriptions and X's. And so I got in trouble for that, you know, done jail time for like 11 hours. And then I went into the Agape House in February of 2013 and I graduated in January 2014. I have a letter from them too, if y'all need that.
okay.
I have a few letters actually.
That might be in your packet. I'm not sure.
I just picked this up from them yesterday, so
Okay,
probably not.
maybe not.
There is one from the Agape House and then there's just a couple other just reference letters.
You can answer that if you.
Okay, the Agape House is just a women's rehab that is it's actually in Oak Grove, just right outside of Paragould, Arkansas. I had bought them from somebody. No,
Why were you wanting to sell it?
I was hanging out with the wrong crowd. I was the wrong, just bad time in my life. Yes, sir, I have. The last time would have actually been like 3 years ago. I was actually in Vegas. But before that, it's been like several years. No, sir, I do not. Correct. Yeah, no, I don't smoke marijuana now, so.
So what was the time period where you would say you were running with the wrong crowd or involved in selling Xanax, doing things you shouldn't do?
Probably from 2010 to like 2012, 2013.
Okay. And then you went to Agape House in 2013?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why do you want to be a pharmacy technician?
Just because, well, originally when I applied for the job, it was not anything that I was actually looking into, but I actually really enjoy the job. I have a 2-year-old. I am a single mom. Like I said, I just really enjoy the job. I like it.
So you have a prospective employer?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I actually work
How's that
at Walgreens Pharmacy right now.
As a cashier? Okay.
Say a little bit about, can you say a little bit about how it turned into selling? I mean, that's a whole different thing than just buying some and taking them. So what was going on in those 3 years? Did people give them to y'all everywhere and you go sell them, or what was happening?
Yeah, so there was a guy in town that would get a bunch at one time, and just like the group of people that I was around, like if, one of us didn't, I was also using, but yes. So if somebody didn't have them, then we would get them to them, so.
What town was this in? Was this in Arkansas?
Yes, Paragould.
Okay. Any other questions what is the will of the board here regarding this application?
So for our two new board members, because I realize you haven't really watched a lot of the informal, oftentimes you have multiple choices. And oftentimes we'll explain this. Approve and deny are the two bookends. Between those, we have had the board say, we will approve under the following circumstances, or we would table it at this time and may reconsider it at a future date. And the board has also offered to allow people to withdraw their applications. So they would not have an official denial. It was something we were looking at, not wanting to approve. So that way it wouldn't be an adverse mark based on something that happened 10 years ago for us. It wouldn't hinder them elsewhere.
I think the thing that's given us pause is you're going to have access to our praise and lamb
Yes, yeah.
if we approve and you have a past history of, well, yes, and more, and yeah. And more.
So I have absolutely zero intention of doing that. I know that my past is speaking very high volume here. But I was 19, 20 years old. I made a lot of mistakes then, and it was a very short period of time, and I caused a lot of trouble during that time. But I mean, I have a 2-year-old daughter now, and I can't even risk just even thinking about doing anything like that now. So.
Well, just to punctuate it, so you know, you're using a Schedule 4 substance, you're using a Schedule 1 substance, and you were selling a Schedule 4 substance. And so that's what's given us some heartburn.
And it was 10 years ago, so that.
Well, 3 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
About 3 years ago.
It was, yeah, I was in Vegas. It is technically, it's legal in Vegas, but that was, I mean, I did.
You could have lied. I mean, you told us the truth. Right?
Oh, yeah.
I'm saying give her a chance. I think she's turned around. She now has the responsibility of being a parent. And how dare, now all the things you worried your mom about, hey, guess who's gonna have to worry now?
Yes.
And hope that, no one approaches your daughter or some stranger comes into town that will be enticing and she will follow them.
Yeah.
So you've got to do what you've got to do to keep her from getting there.
Yes, because I mean, I know my daughter's watching every move that I make from
Right.
this point on, well, from
Right.
2 years ago on, so I really have to watch what I do, and I want a better life for her than what I had as in that age.
Right.
So,
And children do watch, and that's how they pick up and do things.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna give you that chance, and I'm gonna put a motion on the floor that you get your technician license. So in the matter of Caitlin Gilbert, applicant for a pharmacy technician in the state of Arkansas, case number 2023-110. I'll make a motion that you get your license today.
thank you.
So we have a motion for approval by Dr. Newsom. We have a second by Mr. Simpson. Any additional discussion?
I would add a condition, drug testing for 12 months.
Go to what? I'm sorry.
I think what Dr. Richmond means is it would give the opportunity for board staff at random in the next 12 months to call and ask for a drug test to be done within the day.
Yes.
Okay, I'll make an amendment to the motion for that then.
You're
For that
agreeable?
inclusion.
Okay, so we have an amendment to the original motion, both agreed upon by Dr. Newsom and Mr. Simpson. Any additional discussion? We take the vote. Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. second chance. Don't take it for granted.
Thank you very much.
One didn't show up. There's three more.
When they were used. But they don't listen at that age.
Who didn't show up, actually?
Hello.
Evening.
Darlene Taylor is not gonna be here.
This is for, is it Anna?
Ane.
Anna? Okay, Anna Bryant. 5.
And board staff. Oh, yeah, Ms. Brown, have you agreed after Dr. Kirtley and I explained the options for the procedure today? Did you agree to have an informal hearing for
Yes,
this
ma'am.
matter? Okay, thank you. Board staff has denied Ms. Brown's application. Again, she failed to disclose that she had been found in any civil, administrative, or civil proceeding to have possessed, used, or distributed a controlled substance or prescription drug, and failed to disclose that she violated any state, federal, or local drug law. In 2018, Ms. Brown was active duty in the Army, and on January 23rd, 2018, she was discharged from the Army with wrongful use of marijuana as detected by urinalysis. She was reprimanded and received a reduction in grade, and she was discharged from the Army in 2018. She did not provide board staff with any documentation regarding that charge, which would reflect any treatment for alcohol or drug use. She did say on her waiver that she had completed that, but we don't have any records of that. And with it being the Army, we didn't have any way to get that. Staff felt she was misrepresenting herself and attempting to attain the license. And based on her previous use of marijuana, we found that it was necessary to deny her license or her registration.
Thank you, Ms. Fields. Hello.
Hello.
So tell us briefly in your own words, summarize the incidents for us and what happened.
While I was enlisted, I was young and I was on leave and I missed my family. I had just got from my granny's funeral and we were smoking and I had to go back to work and the marijuana was still in my system.
Okay.
Why did you happen to get tested? Sorry.
You're fine.
Sorry.
Was it just a random test or why did you get tested?
Yes, ma'am. It was a random UA. When we came back from when I came back from my leave.
So what type of discharge? What was it, a dishonorable discharge or
It was a general under honorable conditions.
general under honorable conditions? Okay.
Why did you answer no to any charges?
I didn't understand. I should have called and asked. I didn't really understand, and anything that I didn't understand, I just put no. I should have.
When's the last time you smoked?
The last time I smoked was probably 2 months ago. My dad died. He was my only support. And
Do you have a marijuana card?
I did. I no longer have it anymore. I'm trying to better my future. I don't want to fall victim to the system.
So without a medical marijuana card, you are admitting to illicitly using marijuana?
I no longer possess it, so I no longer,
So 2 months ago, when you used it, you didn't have a medical marijuana card, so you illicitly used a Schedule I substance.
yes, sir.
So on the application, there's also, are you currently engaged in or use of controlled substances? There's example marijuana. Go back. Or using,
In August, when my dad died.
but I mean, even for that April, so up to August.
Not necessarily, no. I got my card after I got out the military in 2019 to 2021.
And there are other documentation in her packet that include some interactions with law enforcement and some court proceedings. Those did not result in any arrest, so I'm not asking for those to be considered, but she did give us those documents.
They were all not prosecuted.
Yeah. They didn't result in any convictions, I'm sorry.
You know, you can't do this. You can't be smoking.
Yes, ma'am.
And you got in trouble about it and you continue to smoke? How many times you get in trouble with it?
In the military,
Oh, anytime.
only one time.
But you continued to smoke after you got kicked out of the military. They let you know then that it was important for you not to do that, that was not a good behavior to be participating in.
Yes, ma'am. I'm not much of a drinker, so that's all I know.
Yeah,
That's
but
all I knew.
neither one of them good.
Mhm. I grew into,
So what are you doing now for a living?
right now, I'm a licensed cosmetologist and I work at Walgreens, trying to build my future. I'm a licensed cosmetologist right now and I work at Walgreens and I'm trying to build my future and better it.
You know, I would say, and I want you, want to see you do that, but that's very recent usage of a
Yes.
Schedule I substance. And you're asking us to waive an application that gives you access to other actual controlled substances, not Schedule Is, but Schedules II through V. And I don't actually get a vote, but I would say that's maybe we should discuss giving her an opportunity to withdraw her application and potentially come back at some point in the future.
Because it's not only just being released from the military. I mean, that couldn't even make you not do it, but then you still kept doing it until even 2 months ago. I just don't see any way we could.
You said, was it Exhibit 8, you said to asking to be considered?
No, because they were those charges, she was charged with those offenses, but they didn't result in a conviction. They were dropped by the prosecutor. That's just, it's dismissing the case with the option to refile it in a year, but it never really happens. It's essentially dismissing the case without hearing the facts of the case in front of a judge.
Any other comment, thoughts? One option, like I said, would be to give her a chance to withdraw so she doesn't have a denied application with the licensing board.
I think to help explain that to her, I think what they're basically saying is they're not going to vote to approve your application today. If you withdrew their application or your application, it prevents them from voting to deny your application, which would look like a negative mark on a record if you go for another application or could like put at risk your cosmetology permit or something. So if you were, they're basically giving you the option, if you would like to withdraw your permit application, they would take that and be done with it instead of making a negative decision.
So you want to withdraw today so that you can come back later, straighten your life up, leave that stuff alone. And when you get everything cleaned up, I'll come back and talk to us.
And generally, they're going to see a couple of years of no drug use, alcohol, or well, I mean, alcohol is legal, but no like alcohol incidents with police or anything, or fights or anything else. That sound accurate to you guys?
So I can apply within the next 2 years.
I would suggest, in general, the board would usually instruct that they want to see a couple more years away from the use of any illegal drugs.
We're not closing the door on you forever. And by giving you the opportunity to withdraw, like Dr. Curley said, it prevents you from having a record of a denied application.
I applaud your honesty because that's a really hard
Yeah,
thing to
same
say in
here.
front of people.
If things will go right, you just seem like
I
they're,
don't feel like it is. I just lost my daddy. It's hard. It's really hard. And I feel like I'm just gonna fall victim to the system. It's hard. It's really hard.
yeah, but you'll get through.
But cosmetology permit, yep, I know some people have done real well with it.
Mhm.
I want to do more, and I just feel like I'm held back from my past. That's not gonna ever go away.
Yeah, but
I understand. I
yeah,
understand.
but there are things that you're doing that cause you to be where you are. And we want you to stop doing those things so that they're not holding you back. Those things are holding you back. It kicked you out of the army or military, wherever you were in the military. And it's holding you back now because you didn't give it up. So you got to make a choice as to, do I want to have these things?
I mean, I'm definitely clean. I don't do anything. I
Yeah,
don't
but
even
2
drink.
months ago you did something.
My dad died.
Yeah, but you shouldn't have done it. That's not where you turn. You don't turn to bad things. When bad things happen, you turn to good, do things
I'm learning it
to
now.
help other people. You know, but do some volunteer things to help other people.
I'm a
and that's where you go-
cosmetologist. That's what I do. I love helping
That's,
people.
that's where you go gain. Because each one of those people that come in for you to get their hair done, they've got problems, and guess what? They talk to you about it. You already know that. So just go for it, do good, and go for it.
Thank you.
You can do it. Thank you for coming in.
This is our last one. One more.
I see one more hand up there.
I think they're all together.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
By relief, huh?
All right. That Penny Anderson?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that is going to be under tab, I saw it, 12 for you guys.
And Mr. Anderson, when we discussed outside with you, myself and Dr. Kirtley, did you agree to handle this hearing in an informal manner as opposed to a formal hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So with that being said, staff denied, Mr. Anderson's application for pharmacy technician registration. He was arrested in September 20th of 2019 for aggravated assault and public intox by the Fayetteville Police Department. According to his statement that he provided, he was in a physical altercation with someone who had made a sexual remark to his daughter. And then August 21, he appeared in court and entered a negotiated plea to a reduced charge of battery in the 3rd degree. He was ordered to serve 12 months of probation and restitution in the amount of $9,388 payable immediately and the court cost. And he indicated that after this incident on his waiver, for his criminal history. He indicated that he had sought out counseling for that incident. We don't have any records with regard to that counseling, but I'm sure Mr. Anderson can provide information on that. But due to those reasons, staff did not feel like we could approve his application for technician registration.
Okay. So tell us in your own words, briefly, what happened.
Yes, sir, I will. May I first start off by thanking y'all for taking the time to allow me a forum for me to broaden what and who I am. If I may, I was born an American because of my father, but my mother is a naturalized U.S. citizen. And one of the things she used to always tell me when I was growing up, you know, in rural Arkansas, is that in America, all the rules, you can succeed. And she used to always describe the rules as not necessarily laws, but doing the right thing. When I was in high school, when I finished top of my class, I was doing the right thing. When I got a full ride to several universities, including the University of Arkansas, which I accepted, I was doing the right thing. When I joined the military, I served in the first Gulf War with one of the 1st Airborne Division. I was doing the right thing. When I met the love of my life, started a family with her, I went to graduate school, I was doing the right thing. And I think the biggest thing that has bothered me more than anything else is the idea that one incident is going to be what defines me in everyone's eyes. I see what happened there as an outlier. And please, I know I bear responsibility. You should never, ever physically or use physical force based on someone's words. I know that. I knew it then. I know it now, and I know it going forward. And I think if you look throughout my many years of being on this planet, what occurred that night was an outlier. The person I am is not that person. And if there's a chance that you would give me this tech license, which I would be a manager of a Walgreens, it would be to that person who spent most of his life following the rules. I mean, I'm still the same person who would go into the entrance of a Walmart and the exit of a Walmart and come out the exit. I follow those type of rules. But as the night's concerned, it was like a perfect storm of bad things that occurred. At that time, I was doing keto, low carb diet. I was also doing intermittent fasting, where I only ate from 12 noon till 8 in the evening. I was trying to lose a lot of weight. And actually that night, I weighed myself for the week. I only weighed myself for the week so you could actually see dramatic changes. I reached my goal of around 30 pounds I lost at that point, and I decided to celebrate. Because of keto, of course, I couldn't celebrate with wine or beer because they have a lot of carbs in, so I went for whiskey, which was mistake number whatever. Then taking into account lack of weight, I lost that 30 pounds, so I don't weigh as much, so my tolerance is probably not there. And then you add in the fact that I hadn't eaten all day. It was just a bad decision making on my part. I saw the gentleman coming up. My daughter lived on the 2nd floor, and being, I guess, lack of better words, being a neighbor, offered him some of the alcohol. And so he sat down next to me, and we were just talking among us. And I don't know if the alcohol started affecting us, but he made a couple of remarks about my daughter. And I think it affected me more because he's not from this country, but he married a U.S. citizen, now they're divorced, but he has 3 kids. And one of his daughters, I think she was at that time in the 4th grade, and she was learning fractions. My daughter's an engineering student at U of A. And he asked her to show his daughter how to do fractions and teach her or tutor her. And she did several hours of tutoring, no charge, just wanted to help someone. And so I took those remarks even more because I saw it as a betrayal of her, of what she offered freely to him. And once again, I am not using that as an excuse. What I did was wrong. By all counts, it was wrong. But it was just that perfect storm of that, the alcohol, and that he and I got into it. He's about 2 decades younger than me. Half the time I'm holding on for dear life. I think the contention was that he got cut by glass. And his claim was that I hit him with a glass that I had in my hand. The only issue is that I'm right-handed and he got hit on the left side of, well, his right side, which would be facing away from my hand. And secondly, I had no cuts on my hand, but I had cuts on my back where we rode on the ground because there were shards of glass there. You might be wondering, why did I take it to court? 2019, during the COVID era, if you want to call it an era, I guess, months. And I went through about 1.5 years, 2 years of waiting for a chance to appear in court. And then after talking to my lawyer, he thought, because he said the thing that it was maybe a 50-50 chance of me losing and winning or winning, that I thought, and then plus the fact that I would have to, it was a backlog on trials then. So it'd been another 1.5 years, 2 years before maybe I would, and I didn't want to have 4 years where I grew up in Southern Arkansas and I'm an avid hunter. And because this was potentially a felony, I couldn't hunt. I couldn't go hunting with my father and brother that, something I've done all my life. And ultimately I made the decision to plead guilty, to get it, get it done with. And, now I'm thinking that a misdemeanor was not going to be something that was going to hold me back from staying a productive member of society. And evidently it has in this case. Oh,
okay. So this apartment complex is
yes, yes, it is.
You got an altercation, you guys are rolling around on the ground, somebody calls the cops, they show up, you get charged with.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he was a little worse for wear than I, because he was cut more than I was. I had superficial cuts. He was a little more cut than I was, because he had cut right on the side of his head.
So my thing that gives me pause is the restitution was $9,000. It's what was that to pay for his hospital bills, or what was that?
It was because he said he couldn't work. He was a handyman during the COVID era, but he didn't work for like 6 months.
Okay,
And
so the $9,000 reflected what?
majority of it, I'm not sure the breakdown, but majority of it was restitution for his lack of income or loss of work.
And what injury did he sustain that caused him to not be able to work?
I have no idea. I think he said he was fearful of his life.
Okay.
He was afraid. I made no contact with him at the time. I advised my lawyer. We stayed away, but majority of it was loss of income.
Did he seek medical treatment? Do you know?
Yes, he did get cut on the side of his face.
Uh-huh.
I don't know the extent of it. I just know he did. But the majority of it was his lack of income for like 6 months, I think, where he said he didn't work.
Okay.
Any other? So why do you want to be a pharmacy technician?
Well, I'm actually a manager and it's a requirement for it. I was retired for a long time. I lost my wife to cancer when my daughter turned 5. I was working in the corporate office for a company, the second largest in the world, called Kennametal. And I was traveling about 6 months out of the year, and after my daughter turned 5, 4 weeks later, my wife succumbed to colon cancer, something she'd been fighting for 2 years. I made a decision then to retire because I was very fortunate that I was working for a company that allowed me to build up a nest egg and wanted to be at home, to be a stay-at-home dad with my daughter, because I didn't want her to feel abandoned by me after losing her mother. So I essentially stayed retired for a big chunk of the last 15, 16 years. It's only recently, and part of the issue that I've had to overcome is I was super protective of my daughter because of that fact. And that's one of the reasons maybe I reacted the way I did. And that's some of the conclusions I came to in conversations with professionals and even ministry outreach at University of Arkansas. He's a real good friend of my sister's, and we would meet on Fridays, and and maybe I was not giving my daughter room to grow, and maybe I need to focus my life instead of just about her, maybe on other things. And that's when I decided to go back into the workforce. And this was the position I jumped into. And one of the things, I've never worked in retail before, but one of the things I enjoy about retail is physically being able to sit there and help people. In this case, I'm still there, I'm still working, interacting with people with illnesses, helping the elderly, even over the counter stuff. I mean, you feel like you're doing something. instead of just being a cog in some kind of machinery, you know, you got a cubicle that you're in. So I don't make nearly as much money as I did before, but I think in a lot of ways it's more rewarding.
Okay, so you're currently a manager at Walgreens.
Well, I'm right below a manager. I'm there waiting for this, and then I'm training for a store. I will be training for a store.
Other questions?
This is the only incident of this nature, is that correct? Like that you have in your history at all?
Yes, ma'am. That was my only, I haven't had in the last, I've had one speeding ticket in the last 6 years, 7 years. I'm not a violent person. I could tell you, I'm a firm believer in the Constitution and the ability that words are not violence, that you do not react in that way. And I think one of the hardest things for me was trying to figure out why I acted the way I did, because like I said, it's something that I don't believe in, something I have never acted in that manner with. And it's more troubling because I thought I knew myself, and me lashing out like that, it was not me. And I don't know why. I still couldn't tell you why it happened, but I could tell you that I understand it's possible now. Maybe prior to that, I never thought it was possible, but I know it's possible, and I would never put myself in that similar situation where it could occur.
There's no other questions. Do you like to entertain a motion regarding this application?
I'll do it. In the matter of Penny Anderson, applicant for pharmacy technician in the state of Arkansas. Case number 2023-114. I'd like to make a motion that we accept his application.
Do we have a second? Thank you. We have a motion and a second by Doctors Newsom and Davenport. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimous.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
By the way, thank you, ma'am.
Sure. Good luck.
Yes, ma'am.
Green, you just want to tell the board who you are?
I'm Quincy Green. I'm an employee with CVS. I'm supposed to be a pharmacy technician, but at the moment, I'm currently doing cashier within the pharmacy. And I've been doing that since about March or April of this year.
And Mr. Green, when Dr. Kirtley and I went out and talked about the two processes for handling this hearing, either formally or informally, did you agree to handle this hearing in an informal manner?
Informal.
Yes, okay. So staff had denied Mr. Green's application for reinstatement. So he's provided the board two applications. The first one was 2022. In that application, he had failed to disclose that he had an arrest or conviction for anything or any sentence imposed. He answered that question, no. Then he did not renew his pharmacy technician registration before the December 31st, 22 deadline. So his registration expired. And then in April, he applied for reinstatement. And in that application, he did disclose an arrest. The arrest happened in 2017. It was for domestic battery in the third degree. It was a misdemeanor. When he went to court, he initially pled guilty to the charge, but later returned to court and withdrew his guilty plea. And then in September of 2017, the charges were null pros upon motion of the prosecuting attorney. Due to his answering the questions in the manner that he did and not answering them initially correctly, Staff denied his application and felt that he was attempting to gain his application or gain his registration by misrepresentation. So we denied his reinstatement application.
So he had been a technician before?
Had, and it then didn't renew in December when the renewal was due. He reapplied for reinstatement in April. So in the first application, no mention of this arrest from 2017. In the new application, and so staff granted his license, his registration. And then the new application that he submitted in April, then he told us about that arrest.
And it showed up.
Yeah, and
It didn't
it
show up.
showed up on the background check. So that's what brings him here today. So that's why we denied it.
Okay. Mr. Green, can you tell us in your own words the incident that happened in 2017? Can you tell us what happened?
I had just came home from a funeral, and my mom's boyfriend around that time, he's known to be abusive. He's a ex-convict. He got into an argument with my 13-year-old sister, and when I went to go see what was going on, he hit me in my face. I hit him back, and we began fighting. Police showed up. We both went to jail.
Okay. So you've been a technician before, right?
No, sir. Not before 2022. That's December 2022 is when I began training.
Okay, but you've worked in a pharmacy as a technician prior to today?
Yes.
When you had a permit before.
When
you
I
worked,
had my
but-
license.
But not since then, I think. is
Okay.
what he's saying.
Okay. Where did you work at?
CVS Pharmacy.
Okay.
I currently work in Sherwood. I began my training at the CVS at the University Target. But after about 2 weeks, they told me my training was finished. I didn't hear from CVS at all for months. That is the reason why I didn't go through with renewing my application. I had looked for different jobs within the pharmacy field. No luck. So I just didn't renew it until they called me back. And then I tried to get it reinstated.
Okay. So you initially started training for a pharmacy technician job, but once the training was over, you never really.
I never heard from them. They told me that my store was supposed to be Sherwood. I will call Sherwood. I will call many other CVS stores just to even see if they needed help. No answer. They would tell me, we don't need help. We don't have the hours. So after that, and after not being able to find a job elsewhere, I just gave up on renewing my license and pursuing a career in pharmacy tech.
And what were you doing? What have you been doing as far as work goes?
Working with my mom. Yeah, I have a tax company.
Okay. And now you have an opportunity for a technician position?
Yes.
Okay. At CVS or?
Yes.
Okay.
That is the only reason why I've stayed with them since March.
Any other questions? Okay. Tom, do you want to say something?
I just wanted to reiterate, when he first filled out.
Do you mind pulling the
Oh, sure.
microphone over?
Yes, sir. When Quincy first applied, he had did like retail, like Walmart and Kirkland's, but he had never applied for a position where I guess it's kind of like the federal position. So he really didn't know. He thought that they were asking if he had been convicted. Because when I asked him, when this came around, I said, Quincy, why did you put no? He said, Mom, I really just thought they were asking if I had been convicted. And we didn't even know that, because when it got dropped, that it would still be something on his record. We thought that, it just was gone, because they figured that he was basically, he's basically a victim, because we had a domestic issue and Sherwood, they knew of us. And the detective talked with the prosecuting attorney and to the one that, what is the other one? The one that defended Quincy? The public defender. And they talked and they saw that Quincy was actually a victim in this because my boyfriend was almost 40 years old and he had actually, was battery. So they dropped the charges, but Quincy really just didn't know. And when we talked about it, he said, Mom, I just thought they were asking if I had been convicted. So I think that when he filled the application out again, he knew then that he was supposed to disclose his arrest.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
And they really need him there. They like him there at CVS and they need him to be a tech.
In
Rather than-
Sherwood?
Yes, sir, rather than a cashier. And before he went to Sherwood, we went all the way as far as to Conway to get him to work. They would send us places and then send him right home when he walked in saying that he need help. So he did give up after us going to all the different pharmacies trying to get him to work. And I think the things that they had going on, they were not cohesive and getting him on the schedule and getting him his training and everything processed. So I think that's what made him give up and not get, the reinstatement done.
Mhm. Okay.
Yeah.
And who else do we have here?
I'm
just here
for emotional support.
Okay, all right. Not gonna ask you to speak. Okay, so if there's no other questions, do we have a potential motion we'd like to make here regarding his permit application?
Quincy Green. Of allegation one. This number. Recommendation that we.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second? Okay, any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimous. Congratulations, Quincy.
Thank you.
I think we said smile over there. Yeah, yeah.
The last one.
The weight of the world.
Hey, good luck.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and get it.
Can I make a motion? Can we get a motion to adjourn? Second, all those in favor? Thank you.
Take care.
Y'all adjourned? Good. Turn this off.